Gupta, Mr. Mukund Padmanabhan, as that was the discussion on the topic, the war India forgot. This refers to the World War II, and I'm happy to share that later in the second half of the day, we have two more discussions on the same topic, the war India forgot. Let's have a group photograph with the three panelists of this session, along with the books. So happy reading. Dr. Dia's book is titled India in the Second World War, An Emotional History. And Mr. Mukund Padmanabhan's book, The Great Flap of 1942, How the Raj Panicked Over the Japanese Non-Invasion. So with that, we conclude this session. So all in all, here in the auditorium, we'll have 8 sessions. We have concluded 3. We're all set for the 4th session, where we have the honor of having the presence of the Honorable Governor of Tamil Nadu. He's already arrived in the campus. We'll just set things up.
Governor will be presenting 15 copies of this book.
To whom?
To USI's library. He will announce it in his this thing also. But आप जल्दी लगाइए इसमें.
So, can we get the governor?
Huh?
He's asking, can we get the governor?
हाँ, governor आ रहे हैं.
नहीं, वो पूछ रहे हैं.
2 मिनट. Doesn't matter.
So just wanted to share with you that per the protocol, when the governor comes, we'll start this session and conclude this session with the national anthem. So I'll request everyone to rise at the start and the conclusion of the session. We'll let you know the moment governor comes. So also very happy to share that not just we'll have the presence of the Honorable Governor, in this session you'll also get to hear the artist, Colonel Arul Raj. Outside you must have seen the military paintings. So in this next session, we'll also get to hear from the celebrated artist. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chief guest for this session, Thiru R.N. Ravi, Honorable Governor, Tamil Nadu. I'd like to invite on stage Air Marshal Ashutosh Dikshit, AVSM, VSM, Chief of Integrated Defense Staff, President of USI Council, the artist, Lieutenant Colonel Arul Raj, Major General B.K. Sharma, DG USI, and Squadron Leader Rana Chinna to please join us on stage. Arulji, please come.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you very much. Kindly take your seats. For his welcome address, I'd like to invite now Major General B.K. Sharma, AVSM, SM Bar, Director General, USI.
Please settle down. Honorable Governor of Tamil Nadu, Shri T.R.N. Ravi ji, Air Marshal Dikshit, the Chief of Integrated Staff, who is also the President of USI Council, Colonel Arul Raj, one of our most celebrated military artists in India, and Squadron Leader Rana Chinna, distinguished guests, students, ladies and gentlemen. It's really an honor for me to extend a very warm welcome to our Honorable Governor, who has been extremely supportive of this initiative, and also not only rendered us his advice, but also some financial assistance from the government of Tamil Nadu. Sir, we at the USI are deeply privileged to have you. You have a distinguished record of service at different levels, including being the Deputy National Security Advisor, and therefore has a major role in the nation building. So your presence here at the Military Heritage Festival is really very, very inspiring and very, very special for us. Now we are today in the third edition of Indian Military Heritage Festival. It's a flagship program of USI, and it was envisioned as a unique platform to celebrate India's rich statecraft and strategy, combining it with the modern ethos of jointness, innovation, and nation building. And in a very short span of 3 years, it has emerged as a vibrant national forum where the armed forces, academia, industry, and youth come together to engage in a meaningful dialogue on India's strategic culture and the values that define our defense forces. We are especially grateful to your government for the very generous help. As we know that Tamil Nadu is proud, endowed with very proud military heritage from the valor of Cholas and Pandyas, warriors to the stellar performance of some of the regiments which have their recruitment from that part of the world and that part of the country. And your presence here, therefore, with the state patronage, gives further impetus to that relationship between the Indian Armed Forces and Tamil Nadu. Today, this special session is dedicated to confluence of art, history, and valor through the exhibition and the coffee table book Portraits of Valor, a timeless military art created by Lieutenant Colonel Arul Raj. We celebrate how artistic expression can capture the essence of soldiering beyond the boundaries of language. His evocative paintings immortalize courage, camaraderie, sacrifice, and quiet dignity of service, bringing alive the very soul of Indian Armed Forces. The release of Portraits of Valor today marks a memorable moment where art, academia, and the armed forces unite to honor India's timeless military spirit. We are reminded that our military heritage is not merely about the battles we fought, it is about the ideals we upheld, the honor we guarded, and the unity we continue to strengthen as a nation. Before I conclude, allow me to recall the stirring words of Winston Churchill, who once reportedly quipped when asked to reduce the funds during the Second World War from the arts and culture to supplement the war effort. And he said that if we have to reduce this funding to art and culture, then at the very first place, why are we going to war? It's very important for us to preserve and promote the Indian way of living, Indian culture. And for that, we have to invest the events like Indian Military Heritage Festival. And that's precisely what is our mission here at the USI, to preserve and promote India's military heritage. And we just had some conversation with Honorable Governor, and is extremely supportive of taking this initiative even to the state of Tamil Nadu. So I'm really grateful to you, sir, for this kind offer. So we thank you once again for joining us in celebrating the art, spirit, and the heritage of India's warriors. Thank you very much, and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Major General B.K. Sharma, for your welcome address. Let me introduce the artist to you, Lieutenant Colonel Arul Raj. He was born in Pollachi, Tamil Nadu, and the date is very interesting, 19th of August, 1947. So 4 days after India got its independence. His parents, Commodore S. Arogyaswamy, a naval officer, and Rose Swamy, a homemaker, were simple people. From childhood, he was born artist. No formal training, but he loved to sketch, draw cartoons, and depict war scenes from Western illustrated battle books, particularly World War I and II. His mother encouraged his artistry. He joined the National Defense Academy at Khadakwasla and was commissioned into the artillery from the Indian Military Academy in Dehradun as the second lieutenant in the year 1969. As an artillery officer, he saw action in the 1971 war at Longewala with his unit, the 185 Flight Regiment. The Battle of Longewala marked the beginning of his military art career. While he was posted in Binaguri, his corps commander, Lieutenant General Harish Roy, felt strongly that his art should be showcased and organized an exhibition in Delhi in the year 1974. And his military paintings subsequently began appearing in various defense messes. He was personally commissioned by the then President of India, Fakhruddin Ali Ahmedji, and President Neelam Sanjeeva Reddy ji to create their portraits for Rashtrapati Bhavan. They say art is intrinsic to every life. Please welcome the artist, Lieutenant Colonel Arul Raj, for his address.
Thank you. Honorable Governor of Tamil Nadu, Mr. R. N. Ravi, General Ian Cardozo, who is not here, unfortunately, Major General B.K. Sharma, Director General of the USI, and Squadron Leader Rana Chinna. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all. It is a distinct privilege to speak at this ceremony for a public release of a coffee table book featuring selections from my military paintings. This event is made even more special by the presence of the Shri Sanjay Seth, the Raja Raksha Mantri, who came earlier to inaugurate. The entire project owes its existence to the vision of General Anil Chauhan, Chief of the Defence Staff. His initiative to formally document my military work led to the creation of the book and accompanying exhibition. To him, I offer my deepest gratitude. A project of this scale is a collaborative effort, and I'm immensely grateful to General Cardozo, who not only authored the text, but also generously guided the book's design. My sincere thanks to General Sharma, Squadron Leader Chinna, and the entire USI team who worked diligently to organize my work. I've tried to depict battle scenes from India's wars since independence and honor our fallen heroes through portraiture. I hope this work reflects the spirit of India as enshrined in our Constitution and the courage of our soldiers. It's an honor of a lifetime to see some of my paintings adapted into murals and bust in the National War Memorial here in the capital. The coffee table book offers a window into that world, preserving memories and emotions that words alone cannot communicate. I hope it serves as one more tribute to the valor of our soldiers. As I look at all the distinguished guests assembled here, I'm humbled by your presence. I respectfully ask that you review my paintings at today's exhibition. You take the time to put yourself in the shoes of our brave young soldiers, airmen and sailors, and consider what must have felt in the midst of combat. Courage, fear, uncertainty, resolve, urgency, patience, pain, and happiness, all in the middle of a fast-moving chaos. What must a young man at the bleeding edge of battle in the furtherance of this patriotic duty feel? Hopefully, you will get some sense of what they must have felt. If you can feel a small part of what most young men experience, then my job here is done. My parents come from Pollachi, and that's where I grew up in Tamil Nadu. I'm fortunate that the governor comes from that state. I thank you once again for the generous presence here and for tremendous recognition of my lifetime journey in military art. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant Colonel Arul Raj. And now a defining moment, the public release of the coffee table book, Portraits of Valor, Timeless Military Paintings of Lieutenant Colonel Arul Raj. I request the Honorable Chief Guest, Thiru R.N. Ravi, Honorable Governor of Tamil Nadu, and the dignitaries to kindly release the coffee table book. I'd like to invite on stage Colonel Siddharth Dukia, Commanding Officer, 1/5 GR Frontier Force, to join us. and he's representing General Ian Cardoso, who's actually written the text of the book. Portraits of Valor, Timeless Military Art is a landmark coffee table book that captures the saga of India's modern military history through the brushstrokes of Lieutenant Colonel Arul Raj, a soldier, artist, and chronicler of courage. It's authored by Major General Ian Cardoso, AVSM SM retired. He couldn't join us today, recovering from his health issue. But we've got Colonel Siddharth Dukia from the same regiment, and the book stands publicly released. Congratulations. Each painting in this volume reflects a moment of truth on the battlefield, and it's a visual treat, and I'm sure we'll all treasure this book. And with the author here in attendance, don't forget to get your signed copy as well. Thank you very much for doing the honors. I'd like to request now Major General B.K. Sharma to felicitate the artist first. We'd like to present a USI memento to Lieutenant Colonel Arul Raj. Thank you very much to the artist for those beautiful military paintings. And this USI memento that Major General will now give to the artist is a token of gratitude from our side to you, Colonel. Thank you so much. Everyone joins in for a photograph. Thank you very much. I now request Major General B.K. Sharma to felicitate the chief guest for this session, Thiru R.N. Ravi, Honorable Governor of Tamil Nadu, by presenting him the USI memento and also a copy of the coffee table book that has just been released, Portraits of Valor, Timeless Military Paintings by Lieutenant Colonel Arul Raj. Plus, some of the other books that we saw were released this morning, the Sukraniti, which very beautifully captures the statecraft and warcraft. One more ceremony, and this time it's going to be the Honorable Governor Tamil Nadu giving something to Major General B.K. Sharma. So he is giving 2 books to the USI library, 16 copies of this particular book. And 2 copies of the other, The Battles of Panchalam Kurichi, an unopened diary, 1792-1801. And this one is foreshadowing the Great Rebellion, the Vellore Revolt of 1806. So these 2 books are now part of USI Library. I'm sure each one of us is going to enjoy reading these books. Thank you very much, sir, for contributing that to the USI Library. Let me now introduce the chief guest to you. Thiru R.N. Ravi, born in Patna, Bihar, holds a master's degree in physics, 1974, and then he joined Indian Police Service in 1976. During his distinguished career, he served in the Central Bureau of Investigation, CBI, and the Intelligence Bureau, IB, leading anti-corruption drives, working in Jammu and Kashmir, the Northeast, and Maoist-affected regions. Renowned for his expertise in conflict resolution, counter-terrorism, and border sociology, he played a key role in bringing several insurgent groups into the national mainstream. After retirement, he became chairman of the Joint Intelligence Committee, interlocutor for the Naga peace talks in the year 2014, and later Deputy National Security Advisor in the year 2018. As Governor of Nagaland from 2019 to 2021, and currently the 26th Governor of Tamil Nadu since 2021, he has revitalized Tamil Nadu's literary, cultural, and spiritual heritage, supported research on unsung freedom fighters, and promoted Tamil language education. And under his leadership, Raj Bhavan has become a hub for youth engagement, innovation, entrepreneurship, and social service, celebrating Tamil Nadu's ancient wisdom while inspiring progress through education and enterprise. For his keynote address, please welcome Thiru R.N. Ravi, Honorable Governor of Tamil Nadu.
Director General, United Services Institution of India, Major General B.K. Sarma, AVSM, SM and BAR, Air Marshal Asutosh Dikshit, Squadron Leader Rana China, Artist Soldier Lieutenant Colonel Arul Raj, distinguished invitees, research scholars, veterans, students, members of the USI, gracious ladies and gentlemen, Namaskar and Vanakkam to all of you. At the very outset, I'd like to thank USI leadership for conceiving this long awaited wonderful idea of celebrating the military heritage of our country and actualizing it. I believe this is the third edition of it, and I'm sure there is going to be endless editions hereafter. I am also thankful to him and the USI management and the leadership for giving opportunity to Tamil Nadu to partner with this initiative and personally giving me an opportunity to come and be part of it. Friends, Tamil Nadu has a very long, rich and glorious history of military valor, long time. Major General B.K. Sarma mentioned about some kings, Pallavas, Pandyas, Cholas, Cheras, numerous of them. Down the line, in the national freedom movement or resisting the British occupation of India, the warriors of Tamil Nadu played a very crucial role. In fact, Raj Bhavan Tamil Nadu we have taken some modest initiative to rediscover the glorious, rich heritage of Tamil Nadu, including its military heritage. And one of the book which we had the privilege of presenting it to USI library today is about Battle of Panchalan Kurichi. This battle was fought for almost about over 5 years. 1798 onwards, when the British tried to conquer the south, it was a coalition of forces. They fought. And one of the battle, which was very crucial, in which a brave soldier and general or king, Veer Pandya Katta Bowman, who fought, we at the Raj Bhavan had commissioned the study, and the result is that book. Very definitive, all based on evidence, documents, nothing conjectural. But this is only one battle. Of course, it was not one day battle, it was one battle. In that very sequence, there was a strategic military maneuvers, which popularly it is called Jambu Dweep Declaration. Great generals, Marud brothers, there are two brothers, they had conceptualized and actualized a military doctrine of resistance with unique fusion of military and the civil. And in that war, troops from Pune down to the entire south, they had participated. We have begun 16th of June, on which this doctrine was made public. We have begun celebrating it as Jambu Dweep Declaration Day in all our schools and colleges for our children to know. These things we don't talk about here. Another book which I presented is about uprising in Vellore. You know, Vellore is today is a district which perhaps contributes, if you go in terms of district-wise, the largest number of soldiers to Indian military. There is a village. The village itself is called Ranuva village. Ranuva is, in Tamil, is army. Vellore, in almost 50 years before, 1857, when we all celebrate 1857 as the first war of independence, when we say that in South, you will find reception is different. Because 50 years before, there was a greater uprising which began at Vellore, and it has spread over to more than 12 cantonments of South, covering today's Telugu area, Kannada area, Malayalam area, and Tamil area. Entire, if you look at Andhra, Telangana, Karnataka, Kerala, and Tamil Nadu, all the cantonments, they were revolt. When Indian soldiers had captured the Vellore fort, almost nearly 200 British were killed. They didn't get the enforcement. I mean, those who, Indian soldiers. But the British mobilized the support. And finally, a massacre happened and nearly over 1,000 Indian soldiers were martyred. Now, this is not much talked about. And the people there, they say, when we say 1857, was it more than this? Why don't you talk about this? You see imbalance. So VIT, Vellore Institute of Technology, had commissioned one study on Vellore alone, and only one aspect of Vellore, because there is a lot to be explored. That book I contributed today. We had the privilege to give it to USI Library. Another initiative that Raj Bhavan Chennai we have taken is, when I went over to Tamil Nadu, I found Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose had a huge resonance. Wherever I went, I got to know that people who saying their so-and-so family member was member of INA. And when we did this study, we commissioned a study, it took about 1 year and a half, and it's still ongoing. We have found out more than 5,000 Tamil youth who went from Tamil Nadu, present in Tamil Nadu, to join the INA in Malaysia and Burma. Many of them were martyred. A dozen of them are still alive. We had the privilege of felicitating them at the Raj Bhavan. They are pretty old, needless to say. But imagine such a large number of youth, when they got to know that here is a leader, Subhash Chandra Bose, who is going to fight the British, liberate the country, they went all the way. I mean, these are untold, unsung stories of our bravery. Now, in our initiative, we will be very happy if USI comes forward and partners with us. Rather, we will be happy to partner with you. If you wish to undertake a scholar, researcher scholar, wish to do some further research on certain aspect, let us say about Cholas, their naval prowess. If somebody wishes to do the research on that, we will be very happy to collaborate. And maybe any other. I am just looking forward to willing partners, because this area has been buried under the dust of time. Friends, on this occasion, I also like to thank artist soldier, I would better call him artist soldier rather than soldier artist, Lieutenant Colonel Arul Raj, for artistic depiction of the valor of our military. We know art is a much more powerful medium of expression than written literature, than the words. The valor is not something that comes out of cold calculation, intellectual cold calculation. It is an emotional response to a cause which you hold so dear to your heart. Defending the dignity of your motherland, willing to give your life. Pure emotion. And words cannot describe emotions, cannot do justice to that. And art being a more powerful medium, it does that. And I would like to thank Colonel Arul Raj for what he has done, his contribution. And I'm sure, when I asked him how young he is, he said only 78. As he has a long way to go. And I'm sure we will be looking forward to more contributions from him. Friends, this USI's initiative of celebrating India's military heritage is in sync with our national spirit. Today is the era of India's civilizational and national awakening. Soul, the civilizational soul of Bharat, is calling out for a collective expression. And in this calling, it revolves around three fundamental questions. This civilizational calling revolves around three fundamental questions. Search for those answers to those questions. The first is, who are we as a nation? Who are we as a nation? Sense of selfhood. Are we someone which others told us who you are? As in the period of colonization, they told us that Indians are weak, Indians are coward, Indians are worthy to be enslaved. And if by any chance, if you feel that these words are by implication, I am saying, no, these are their words. When the colonization of this country began in the middle of 18th century, later part of it, And when they realized that they would not be able to replicate their experience of colonization elsewhere in the world, like North America, US, Canada, Australia, and all those countries, because India was a civilizational country, large country, highly evolved society. Then how do you do it? How do you make your empire enduring? And then they came to the conclusion that they must kill the sense of selfhood, the pride. And then the first thing that they commissioned was writing a fake history of India. And the fake history of India was the beginning of the 19th century, 1801 and 2, that they commissioned. And the person they chose was James Mill, father of John Stuart Mill, who might be familiar to many of you. James Mill, a missionary, who was commissioned to write the history of India. He didn't visit India, but he produced 5 volumes of history of India. And those volumes contain such derogatory expressions. In fact, it says majority of Indians are, the bulk of Indians are akin to eunuchs. These books became the reference for the civil servants, British company civil servants, and later the British civil servants, those who came to this country to rule it. And these books were subsequently introduced in the educational institutions run by them. They had systematically closed our native education system. So the question is, who are we? Are we what they have told? No. This country is known for its valor. This country is a country of proud civilization for over 5,000 years old. A civilizational continuum which had seen quite a lot of ups and downs, but nevertheless, until the subsequent few centuries, India was the largest economy in the world. And if anyone sitting here has any doubt, just go to the internet and check the OECD report. OECD report is World Economy, a Millennial Perspective. Angus Maddison is the one who composed it. It was commissioned by OECD. It tells you that year on year, India was the largest economy of the world until the middle of 19th century. We accounted for almost 30% of the global GDP. In field of economy, in field of science and technology, in various fields. If any one of you have the patience, pull out the work of Dharmpal Classics, 5 volumes, Amazon. It cost only, I am not advertising it, it costs just a few ₹100. But the man has devoted 14 years in the archives and took out the documents to say how we were at the time, at the beginning of colonization. We were the largest producer of steel in the world. Many industries. Whether it be a valor, be it economy, be it knowledge, be it philosophy. But we were made to believe that no, we are inferior. Inferiority complex was deeply ingrained through our education system. So the question is, who are we? Now, we are rediscovering our selfhood. Yes, we are not that what you have told us. We are far, far greater. We are inheritors of a very ancient, rich, powerful civilization, living civilization. The second question is, what is the purpose of evolution of Bharat as a civilization? Sense of purpose. Because Bharat, to understand Bharat, you cannot do so if you look at it from the modern Western notion of a state. Because Bharat was not a political state. It became political state only post-independence. Then what was it? What was Bharat which existed for thousands and thousands of years, which is mentioned in our ancient literature as Its geography is defined. Uttaram yat samudrasya himadrasya dakshinam. Varsham tad bharatam nama bharati yatra santati. North of ocean, south of Himalayas is the land Bharat. Its children are Bharati. What was Bharat? To understand Bharat, you need a Bharatiya perspective because Bharat was not a political state. There were numerous rulers ruling different parts of it. Yet, Bharat was one. Bharat was a Rashtra. And Rashtra is not synonymous of nation. Nation was a concept created only about, it was popularized about 18th century for the colonies to fragment, to have certain markers and fragment the people of a colony so that you tell them that all of you don't belong to one. In fact, any of you who have read it and those of you who are willing to read the Grammar of Politics, Harold Lasky, the man is struggling to define what is nation. It was a colonial concept. Bharat was a Rashtra. And what is Rashtra? It comes from the Vedas. And what made this Bharat as a Rashtra, which has numerous kings and kingdoms, and yet the society was one. Rig Veda tells, Bhadram Ikshant Rishaya defines Rashtra. What is Rashtra? Bhadram Ikshant Rishaya Swavida Tapo Diksham Upnideshu Ragra Tato Rashtram Balamojasya Jatam. When the truth revealed that individual, collective, and the creation are one family, they are not separate. It is not an anthropocentric view of life that humans have been created as a lord and master of the creation. But individual, collective, and the creation are integral member of one family. And we must live in mutual harmony. This is dharma. This light revealed in the Vedas, rishis and saints, numerous of them, they propagated it over land mass, from ocean to the Himalayas. Numerous of them. They created institutions, numerous institutions. Prominent among them, 12 Jyotirlinga, it's called all over the country, all over the country. 51 Saktipeeth and 108 Dibya Desham, all over the country, right from Tripura to Kamakhya, to the Somnath, to the Dwarika, to all over. These institutions were shared institutions of the entire Bharat. Though they were located, they didn't belong, they were located in the geographical territory of a particular king. They were not of a particular king. They created those institutions and created Bharat. So what was the purpose of this Bharat? Evolution of Bharat. Bharat is an evolution, it is not a creation. There Sri Aurobindo, on 15th of August 1947, when we became independent, he jotted down. He said, now the time has come. Now the time has come to Bharat to fulfill its obligation, its purpose. And the purpose is to spread the light across the world, that we are all members of one family. And that was the motto when Prime Minister Modi he put this in the G20, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. This is the essence of, civilizational essence of Bharat. The whole world is a family. Individual, collective, and the creation. And the third question is, what is the destiny of Bharat? The sense of destiny. Who we are, the sense of selfhood, sense of purpose, and sense of destiny. And the destiny is what Swami Vivekananda said, to be strong enough to save the world, to harmonize the world, to create the world in a manner that each element of it live in harmony with each other. And for that, we need to be strong. We need to be strong in every domain. Need to be strong economically. We need to be strong in science and technology. We need to be strong militarily. this sense of destiny. This is the destiny of Bharat. Now, all these to achieve our heritage is a very, very powerful catalyst. Prime Minister Modi says, Virasat or Vikas, development and heritage, they must go together. We move forward, we equip ourselves, we make ourselves strong and prosperous with a sense of who we are, with a sense of what is our purpose and what is our destiny. Today, our country is marching ahead. We know that what transformations have happened in the last about a decade. We have made a promising beginning. A civilization is waking up, unleashing its potential, and much is yet to come. And in this collective enterprise, a crucial element is our heritage. And when USI takes up the responsibility of, or the leadership of, celebrating our military heritage, the heritage of valor, it is something which is not only laudable, we are all proud of it. Friends, let us discover wherever our heritage is lying buried. Document it and put it in discourse. Discover, document, and put it to discourse. This will be a huge catalyst for us to fulfill our national and civilizational destiny, which is calling us, and I'm sure we will do that. And I wish USI all the very best in their initiative. Please take it forward. While we celebrate on certain days in a year, the rest of the year we do discovery and documentation. Let us do it together. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat Mata.
Thank you very much to the Honorable Governor of Tamil Nadu for your illuminating words and sharing about the military heritage. I now request Cordon Leader Rana Chinna, Director, Center of Military History and Conflict Studies, to propose vote of thanks.
Honorable Governor Thiruvaran Ravi, Air Marshal Ashutosh Dikshit, President of the USI Council, Colonel Arul Raj, DG USI, ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege now to thank the Honorable Governor for his very erudite and thought-provoking address. And while you were talking, sir, I was reminded of the fact you were talking about the valor of the people of Tamil Nadu. The oldest instituted gallantry award in the Commonwealth, which predated the institution of the Victoria Cross, was a medal called the Order of Merit, and that was instituted in the Indian Army by one of your predecessors, a man called William Bentinck, who was then the Governor General, but previously had been Governor of Madras, of the Presidency. And the very first award of this highest gallantry award went to a Tamil soldier, a man called Havildar Chokalingam of the Madras Sappers. So there's a linkage over there as well, sir. And you mentioned, you spoke about the people from Tamil Nadu who had gone and joined the INA and fought alongside Netaji Subhash Bose. We have some colleagues over here from the Imperial War Museum, and we are working on a project with them for 2027 to commemorate 80 years of Indian independence. And just the other day, actually, they went and interviewed a Tamil veteran of the INA. He's more than 100, but apparently his memory is razor sharp down to the last date. So when he met Netaji, when he did this, that, and the other. So, and thank you very much for your words of encouragement and support. And we do look forward, sir, to working closely with the government of Tamil Nadu in the years ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a big hand to our chief guest.
Thank you very much, Squadron Leader China. I now request everyone to kindly rise for the national anthem. Thank you.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you very much. With that, we conclude this special session. Thanks again to everyone, the Governor of Tamil Nadu, thank you, Air Marshal Ashutosh Dikshitji, the artist Lieutenant Colonel Arul Raj, Major General B.K. Sharma, and Squadron Leader Rana Chinna. We now break for lunch. So let's keep 40 minutes for lunch. It's 1:35. Let's be back at 2:15. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch. And after the lunch, you've got a choice. If you stay here in the auditorium, we'll have another round on the war India forgot. And if you choose to go to the adjacent room, the topic will be future conflicts and strategic horizons, navigating emerging threats and grey zone challenges for India. So let's begin with this fifth session of the day at 15 minutes past 2. Thank you very much. So the next session here is titled The War India Forgot. Remember in the first half as well, we had a discussion on this. Now for the second round of discussion on this topic, I'd like to invite on stage Dr. Seema Sehgal, author of the book The Second World War and Northeast India, Shadows of Yesteryears. Please welcome on stage Mr. David Ellison, author of the book Fight Your Way Out, The Siege of Sangshak, and the moderator, Dr. Peter Johnston. Let me quickly introduce to you the moderator first. Dr. Peter Johnston serves as the Director of Narrative and Content at the Imperial War Museum, where he oversees the development of compelling stories and educational content related to military history and war experiences. With a deep expertise in curating historical narratives, Dr. Johnston plays a key role in shaping the museum's exhibitions, publications, and multimedia projects. His work is central to engaging diverse audiences, ensuring that the museum's collections and resources effectively communicate the profound impact of conflict on societies, individuals, and global history. Thank you, Dr. Peter, for your presence today. Let me introduce now Dr. Seema Sehgal. She's been with the NCERT for nearly 19 years, actively contributing to research, development, and teacher training initiatives. She has authored articles for NCERT publications and teaches in the Institute's B.Ed program. In the year 2024, she launched a history blog addressing educational and pedagogical issues in line with the National Education Policy 2020. Dr. Seema Sehgal is a specialist in modern and contemporary history. Her research focuses on the impact of war and conflict on the society. Her book, The Second World War and the Northeast India, Shadows of Yesteryears, has received wide acclaim, and she is currently working on the making of Contemporary Assam, 1950 through 1980. Welcome, Dr. Seema. Mr. David Ellison is a distinguished military historian, lawyer, and soldier with a deep interest in the history of Commonwealth forces in Asia from the Second World War to the present. His acclaimed first book, Fight Your Way Out, recounts the heroic stand of the 50th Indian Parachute Brigade at Sangshak, which is a village in Manipur, in 1944. His latest work, The Fire Brigade, examines the experiences of the Commonwealth troops during the early months of the Korean War. Combining scholarship with service, he brings a unique perspective to the study of campaigns, leadership, and the shared military heritage of the Commonwealth. So let's engage in this discussion. The War India Forgot. It's over to the moderator, Dr. Peter Johnston. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those very warm words of introduction, and thank you everybody for coming back after a delicious lunch to engage the brains, having engaged the stomachs. I appreciate that nobody has come to this session to hear from me, so I shall be mercifully brief and just hand you over to our two fantastic speakers who are going to do a brief presentation relating to their work, after which we will answer a few questions and then we will throw it open to the floor for you to ask questions to. So without much further ado, Seema, I shall.
Ma'am, speak from here.
So will it, I mean, I have to show,
Yes.
I have to show there in the screen, no? So, okay, fine. It's okay. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So this book, basically, it deals with the impact of the Second World War on civilian society of Northeast India. And the prime focus, I mean, the area is on Assam as we understand today, because at that time, Assam and Shillong were the administrative and political hub of the entire region. And the time frame is the entire war years, right from 1939 to 1939 to 1945. But I'll just admit something, you know, like for me to condense the contents of the book in a brief presentation here, I find it very hard because, you know, when you talk about war and society, there are so many different layers. So what I'm going to do is I've just taken up two issues. I've just taken up two issues and then I will briefly sum up. Now, however, before I begin, Before I begin, I just like to mention something which will set the context. The thing is that in recent years, we have had numerous publications, that is in the past 2 decades, which has greatly enhanced our understanding of what has happened in these war years. It has changed our perspective on the war, but it has also brought to life many hidden voices which for so long were obscured in history. Voices of not just our men who fought gallantly in distant lands, but also of the people within the country, how they contributed and what they went through. Yet it is, I mean, any detailed study on the process and consequence of the war in Northeast India is still extremely lacking. And this, I find it really surprising because from 1942, this region, Northeast India, became a front line in the war against Japan, was the base for American supplies to China, I mean, from Upper Assam and Arunachal Pradesh, and from 1944 witnessed the military battle. So, in fact, there was so much going on that one of the members, European members of the Assembly, described the Northeast as the dragons of war. So in such a region, the impact of the war had to be severe. And also, I would like to, oh, sorry. Yeah, I would also like to mention here that another reason which made the impact of the war particularly severe in the Northeast, besides being a front line, was the existing vulnerabilities of the region. That is, what was this region prior to the outbreak of war? If we don't understand this, then it's very difficult to understand the full impact of the war. Very briefly, I'll tell you. This was a region which, till the outbreak of war, was relatively unknown to the world at large. In fact, even within India, it was seen as an inconsequential periphery. The Indo-Burma frontier was unguarded, ignored, and actually also uncharted. And regarding the people, many of the tribals in the hill districts, they were excluded from mainstream India through various exclusionary policies. In fact, Mon and Tuan Sang, these 2 districts in the border, they were not even administered. Whereas in the plains of Assam, yes, it was slightly different in terms of exposure. You have in Assam and Shillong the governor's house, you have the Assam Legislative Assembly, you have the educated middle class, you have that, and you have the thriving tea industry, but then it was an enclave economy. And by and large, the situation of the region vis-a-vis alternate regions of India was very, very, comparatively very, very backward. So much so that it was known as the least developed of the governor's province. And within the assembly, they would sometimes sarcastically refer to Assam or the Northeast as the Cinderella of the provinces. So now, yes, just 2 themes, just 2 issues I'll discuss briefly. One is about resource mobilization. Now, this was a huge, I mean, this is what actually happened throughout the war years. And this actually, it was an all-India phenomenon. It was not consigned to Northeast alone. But what made it different? One was, of course, the pre-existing vulnerabilities of the region. Second is that from 1942, it became a front line, so obviously the pressure on resources would have been much more severe. Now, yes. Excuse me. All right. So the first thing to remember here that when we talk about resource mobilization, it was a vast and multifaceted process. You have contributions to the Viceroy's War Fund, defense saving bonds, manpower, of course manpower was voluntary, food supplies, raw materials, and after 1942 even requisitioning of land. Now the first thing, we have to understand that during the war when we talk about society, we have to see it from different perspectives. So the first is that responses of the people actually varied. There was a section who actually wholeheartedly contributed and supported the war effort. So of course, all over in the Indian context, that is just within a few months of war, about 375,000 pounds were collected from the Indian princes. In the northeast, you couldn't expect much, but then the eagerness of the Maharajas of Tripura and Manipur was absolutely, a lot of generosity they were showing. Then even amongst the tribal chieftains, they may not have much money, but in terms of manpower, they were willing to contribute their men. In fact, from the plains of Assam, that is Sylhet and Kachar, at that time Sylhet was a part of Assam. Within just a few months of the war, 30,000 young men had already joined the Marines, and 600 were already dead. But then there was another side to the Viceroy's war fund. It was not so voluntary. There was forced exactions, and what I actually found really surprising was a constant letter from the Viceroy's office to the governor, or that the war effort should be given utmost priority, that every effort should be, whether officials or non-officials alike, and every effort of the government machinery should be towards the expediting the war effort. And now there were many discussions in the assembly about how the people began to feel the impact. So with time there was, you see there food shortages, inflation. In fact, in the previous discussion, there was talks about inflation. And I'll say this, that the inflation rate in Assam was the second highest in the country next to Bengal. And so now, before I get to the second theme, but there are two things I would just like to mention, which I found it very necessary. First thing is, when we look at the workings of the colonial state, there's a tendency for us to look at it as a monolithic entity, not as individuals. And I'll say this much, that although Delhi and London had actually no idea of what the Northeast was about, but for officials, that is the British officials who lived and worked in the Northeast, they were fully integrated, and they fully realized that what this region is about. And I have to say that this was also a very disturbing time for them. For example, when A.G. McCall, who was in charge of Lushai Hills, means current Mizoram, the letters he writes to the governor, is about that such reckless collections for the war drive should be immediately curtailed or exercised with caution. In fact, he even admits, saying he was so embarrassed to find that people were selling chicken and eggs to collect money for the war effort. So this was the extent to which the drive happened. Then in Manipur, Christopher Gimson, who was in charge of Manipur. So when he got letters from the governor who said that the Maharajas were very pleased to send rice for the defense, Gimson was not pleased actually. He was deeply disturbed because just 1 year earlier, they had the Nupilal agitation by the people because of exports of rice. And so he feared a serious law and order breakdown. And then in 1944, when situation was at its peak, some of the officials actually refused to implement the war collection drive. So I think we should look at it, look at the past from this multiple perspective. Now, okay, the second theme is the year 1942. Yeah, this was a very critical period because what happened in this time sets the pace for subsequent events. So the first thing we see Japan, sweeping across Southeast Asia at an alarming speed. And only at this time, that is after Burma was fully occupied by the Japanese, the vulnerability of the Indo-Burma frontier and the vulnerability of Northeast India was fully required. I mean, it required a war of a global magnitude for the authorities to finally say, yes, this region is important. But then it was a realization that came far too late. It was far too late by this time. Whether for the administration or whether for the army or whether for the people. For instance, for the army, everything they built from 1942 was from scratch, everything. And then for the administration in terms of handling the crisis in food supply. And the first victims were the evacuees from Burma. Yeah. So I have these statistics. I won't, that's still a bit. Yeah, I have these statistics. But what I'm trying to point here is just a little bit, okay. Okay, we'll skip, there's a slight problem here. So the point is that Okay, I'll just do that. So the point is that regarding the evacuees, yeah. Regarding the evacuees, yeah, firstly, of course, the discrimination stories in the route, separate route for whites, separate route for the Indians, separate transit camps for the whites, separate transit camps for the Indians, and so on. But I think we have to realize this was not so much a deliberate move. So as it was not so much a deliberate racist attempt. It was because they were simply not prepared. In fact, the letters of Gimson, which I went through, his frustration is so evident here, where he says, there's not enough food for the transit camp. What am I to do? There's not even labor. The army has taken away all the labor for the road construction. And what about the transport? So there's a very difficult time that the administration was going through, and it's all because of the backward state of the region prior to World War II. But what was really, what my interest was that, what was the response of the people to this crisis, and including Congress leaders? And one thing I found very interesting, that till May 1942, you have, there is a certain feeling, and then from after that it completely changes. The first is, as I saw the letters written by the provincial Congress ministries to the Congress High Command, there is a genuine fear actually, what will happen when the Japanese come. In fact, interesting, they refer to the Japan as the aggressor at this time. We will not bow down to the aggressor, and so on. But then from May afterwards, the situation completely changes. And so the situation completely changes, and one was, yes, the requisitioning and all this started in the province, which greatly angered the people, which greatly disturbed. Next was the fear, next was the, wait, it's doing a little bit out of hand, yeah. Yeah, so I'll just sum that up, yeah. So next, and next was the stories of the discrimination that the evacuees went through. But of course, the most important is the news of Subhash Chandra Bose. By that time, he was in Germany, and the sensational news that was broadcast, that sort of changed their views about what is actually happening in Assam, and that completely changed. So then the next issue is on the Quit India movement. I have not gone to the details of the political developments and the nature of the movement, because there's already so much publication on it. What I was actually interested in, how did the war influence the intensity of the Quit India movement? That was my interest. But also, what happened to the people of Northeast India after the movement was subdued? That is one area where I don't find much studies here. Most of our studies in all those political developments. And I'll just say this, that 1942 was a critical year, but then for both the administration, the army, and the people, even the subsequent years were as critical. So I'll just end here by saying two things. One is that the war, actually, it was just not just whatever happened, it was not an aberration, that just dissipated at the end of the war. There was also a paradox, the alternate aspect of war. And there were a lot of positives in terms of opportunities for the people that would actually shape and influence developments in the Northeast, the post-independence period. The last thing I'd like to say is that there are many areas that still require to be thoroughly researched. I couldn't get into all that, but I've brought it up in the book. I've raised these issues, hoping that research scholars, or even scholars in general, they will look into it if it's possible. And that would certainly, fill in the gaps of this forgotten war in this forgotten frontier. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you very much. David, if you'd like to take over.
Thanks, Peter. Am I good to go? Yes, please. Just one moment, we're having another technical issue. But while we're getting that sorted out, oops, I have to stand here. While we're getting that sorted out, 2 points of departure from a lot of the other speakers today. First thing is, I am a military historian, and the stuff that I'm interested in is the fighting, and it's the fighting men. So I'm not going to look at the really broad themes, I'm going to concentrate on that. The other point of departure is my time frame. Is instead of the whole war, I want to bring us right down, whoops, I want to bring us right down to a 1-week period in March 1944. Thank you very much. So if I can, yeah, or this one, let's see. So if I want to play, just go. It is, excellent, like that. Now, I don't have a lot of words. I've only got pictures. I find it a little bit easier for me. So anyway, so I'm going to get right down to 1 week in March 1944 and the Battle of Sangshak. Now, if I've got blank faces around saying, what is the Battle of Sangshak? I've never heard of that before. Don't worry, you're in good company, because very few people have heard of it. But I think it's a fascinating battle, and it tells us quite a lot about what was happening at that point in time in the Northeast. It also tells us quite a lot about the Indian Army in 1944 and how far they had come from the defeats in 1942. So what I'm going to do, and I've got a short period of time, is I'm going to give you a wave-top view of this battle. What happened? Who were the participants? And then I'll make just 1 or 2 comments at the end, because I think Peter will probably yell at me if I take any further time. So, where are we? Where is it? Okay, we're in Manipur. It's 1944, and I think everybody here is reasonably familiar with Japan's audacious invasion in March 1944. They sent 3 divisions across the Chindwin River, and then one division first went south up towards Imphal. The other 2, and this is a critical point, they were staying on the other side of the Chindwin River in secret. They waited 1 week before they then commenced their movement. They went through these hills over here, and as you can see, this is really tough terrain, okay? It's high hills, jungle-clad, there's almost no roads, it's really, really tough. And the Japanese, they basically had to rely on, their tough, experienced infantry soldiers. They didn't really have much in the way of motor transport, they had no air cover or anything like this. So the one point that I will say here is logistics was a very important point for the Japanese. Because they couldn't resupply them very well, each soldier had to carry 20 days of rations. Think about it, 20 days of rations on their back and their ammunition, and if they needed more, they had to capture it from the Indian Army and the British troops as they went along. I could talk about this a lot more, but I will head on. So the 1 week delay was interesting because in this area, just south of Kohima and between Kohima and Imphal, very few Indian Army troops were here when those further 2 divisions came across. So, and they were quite good. 4 or 5 days they traveled through the hills and they weren't really picked up. But fortunately there was a few others, there was one major Indian Army unit which was there at the time, and this is the 50th Indian Parachute Brigade, which I find is a fascinating brigade, could talk about them all day long. Essentially, they were set up in 1942 when it was realized, oh, hello, these airborne troops are really important, we should have our own. They created a brigade, had 3 battalions, a British battalion, an Indian battalion, and a Gurkha battalion. But by 1944, it only had 2. The British battalion had already gone off to the Middle East. So you had an Indian battalion and a Gurkha battalion. And you can see there's this Gurkha trooper there explaining how to use a kukri to a pilot there. Why were they in Manipur? Well, it was a mistake. Actually, well, it wasn't a mistake. They were being held back for airborne operations. Every time they were getting ready to go off and do a particular drop, at the last minute it was cancelled because there wasn't enough air transport for them. Now, their commanding officer, the wonderfully named Brigadier Julian Maxwell Tim Hope Thompson. Only the British could come up with that name. Anyway, he decided that he needed to do something with his men. He couldn't just have them sitting on the outskirts of Delhi and just waiting. So he petitioned to have his men sent forward to Manipur to do advanced jungle training. And that's what they were there for. They were basically doing a patrolling program, right? And they were told, you might find the odd Japanese patrol around there. Don't worry, things will be fine. So, was it? Essentially, the battle itself, and there's far too much to go into, but the battle has 3 distinct phases. Phase 1 is an encounter battle. This is where the Japanese and the paratroopers meet. There is a fight at this hillhead. So if you look to the right of the map, up there's this hill 7378. There was a single company of the Indian battalion was there. 2 days of fighting. It was very tough fighting, but at the end, as more and more Japanese troops are coming into this area, the company is surrounded, and despite efforts to relieve them, they are overrun and destroyed. And it was thought for many years that essentially all of them were killed. We find out later on, some were taken prisoners, and there were 10 of them that managed to escape. Anyway, that's that. Phase 2, which is the defensive battle. So Hope Thompson realized that having all of his companies spread out doing this patrolling program was not a very good idea now that there are several divisions of Japanese troops on the way. So what he decided to do is he was going to consolidate his entire brigade at the village of Sangshak. Now, consolidation is a basic principle of war. It's a very sensible approach, and it also reflected where the Indian army was going at this stage with the box concept. So you'll remember from when they were in Burma retreating, they would have a line of defensive troops. The Japanese would get around them. Oh no, what shall we do? We'll withdraw, set up another line, get around them. This obviously didn't work. The box concept was different. What you would do is you would get all of your troops together on a defensible position and let the Japanese beat themselves to death on you. Don't worry if they get behind you, because critically you can fight and you can be resupplied by air. And air was a critical component at this point. We'll talk about it later on. Where were they going to consolidate? They were going to consolidate on Sangshak. Now, for those of you who know this part of the world, this is not Sangshak. So I'm not misleading you. This is actually the village of Ukhrul, which is just north of Sangshak. But this photo was taken the 22nd of March, 1944. Right? So it is actually the Japanese had just taken the village at this time. So it's why I've got this is because it gives you a very good indication of what Sangshak would look like. Most of the Naga villages at this point, they were built on a plateau on high ground, and you can see the huts and stuff on top there. Most of the water points were below. Good defensive position, high ground. Not so good because it didn't have water. Not so good because they hadn't had much time to develop the defences. After the war, there was a lot of controversy about that, but we can talk about that afterwards. So what happened? This is another map. We won't go through it. Essentially, Sangshak, 2 hills, an east and west hill. There was a race there. The Japanese got to West Hill, the Indian Army on East Hill, and they had their 2 battalions. They were joined by another battalion, the 4th Maratha Light Infantry. There was also, and very good for an ex-gunner as well, there were 4 guns of a mountain battery there as well. So that's what they had. And then the battle begins. The Japanese, as I said, took West Hill, and they started moving more and more troops in. And then what they did was they commenced a series of essentially wave assaults directly towards Sangshak. And particularly there was a church that was there. There was a 2-story whitewashed church. This was vital ground. This is what everybody was going for. The first assault from the Japanese, it was beaten off. Large amount of casualties on both sides. The parties withdrew again, And then what happened over the next 5 days, the Japanese repeated the same thing. They kept pouring more and more troops in here. Now, to start off with, the Indian troops had some advantages, particularly they had their artillery, and they were also able to patrol out. They were able to, it was a very active defense. It wasn't a static defense. But as time went by and more Japanese kept coming in, casualties started mounting. This was a very tough infantry fight. As I said before, air support and supplies from the air were critical. It's not very far from Imphal to Sangshak, and so every time ammunition or food was running down, they could call up and ask for airdrops. Unfortunately, Sangshak is so small, it's only about 800 yards in length and about 600 yards in width. Most of the supplies, and they estimate 75% of them, fell outside the perimeter, and the Japanese thought, thank you very much. In particular, there was the vital rum ration, which fell outside of the perimeter. And there's all these stories of some Japanese troops getting a little bit too, having a bit too much. Anyway, so 25% of supplies are going, it's keeping the defense going, but you can see the direction of travel here. And also casualties are mounting. As more Japanese troops are coming into the area, there is no prospect of any sort of support for the Indian troops there. Casualties are mounting, and by about the 26th, it's estimated that there's approximately 400 men who are either dead or wounded. Now, fortunately, 50th Indian Para Brigade, they had a field hospital. They were doing actual surgeries at the time. They were doing what they could, but the doctors were saying, essentially, all we can do is we can stop the bleeding, we can give them morphine, put them in a trench, and wait, and that's it. The morning of the 26th, and this is the critical day, the Japanese take the church position. And this was an important position because this is where all the artillery was being directed from. And then there was this enormous effort of counterattack after counterattack to regain the church position. It was taken back, but the writing was on the wall. The troops were not going to be able to hold this position much longer. Hope Thompson thought, all I can do is withdraw into an even smaller defensive box. And this would have been the sort of the last stand. And this is a picture of another Naga village at the time. This gives you just an indication of what it would have looked like after the battle. This is just for atmospherics. Hope Thompson was concerned that they weren't going to be able to hang on, but then fortunately, in the evening of the 26th, this message, which you might not be able to read, came through the radio. And it was, fight your way out, south then west. Aircraft and troops are on the lookout for you. All our thoughts are with you. It's one of those thoughts and prayers type things. Anyway, but actually this was seized upon by the troops within the perimeter, and it was like, okay, we've got a chance. We can do something, we can get out from here. And then we move into phase 3, which I'm not going to talk about too much, but it is fascinating. What happened that evening is that small groups of troops, they couldn't go as a formed body of men because they're just too obvious. Small groups of men were able to filter out through the jungle, and then over the next week or so, they made their way back to Imphal. Now, when they got back to Imphal, the brigade is shattered. It's no longer functioning as a full brigade. You've got 400 men have been either killed or wounded. The commanding officer had a mental breakdown during the fight. The battalion commanders were in hospital. It was a really terrible state. And also, there was a war going on in the whole area. People didn't really have much time to focus on what happened in Sangshak, so it was very quickly forgotten. Except by the men that fought there. And then what really happened, what was really quite nasty, is that some rumors, some controversies, some sort of backbiting came out. Oh, the paratroopers weren't very good. They were in the wrong position. They did this. The commander had a breakdown. Don't have time to go into that. But those sort of things started off. And the men who survived, they felt that very, very strongly. And they thought, hang on, we actually pulled off something quite big here. People's reputations were salvaged slightly in August when General Slim issued this order of the day addressed to the 50th Indian Parachute Brigade, and basically saying, well done what you did, and critically why it mattered was that it held up the Japanese for 5 days. Now remember at the beginning I said that they only had 20 days of supplies, plus the rum ration they took, right? But, you know, they were on a short timetable. And they spent 5 days attacking a single position when they should have been going to Imphal or to Kohima or Dimapur. And so I would argue that whilst in some ways this is just one battle, and that it actually did have an outsized effect to them. The other point that I will make, and I think I've got 2 minutes before, I've got 1 minute. The other point I will make is what this battle shows us. It shows us how far the Indian Army had developed since 1942. It was a completely different army by then. It was well trained, particularly the paratroopers. They were very well trained. They were good fighters, high morale, well led, and they had good logistics, and they had combination of air and land. Very good things. I've got some other things, but maybe we'll leave it at that. Sorry for taking so much time. Thank you very much.
There we go. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much for those presentations, everybody. We don't have a huge amount of time for questions, so I'm just going to jump back in. Firstly, I thought it was very interesting how, again, having talked about the need for a greater regional approach, one based around other aspects of identity of the Second World War, you both sort of really have taken to that in your respective works, you know, either in the region of the Northeast or the hyper locality of your work. But you also both referenced the impact of rumour, and we talked about that and the sort of slightly hard to quantify emotional impact rumour can have. I was wondering if I could ask you both to briefly, with the emphasis on that, talk about some of the sources you've used to present these new narratives that haven't otherwise been discussed for so long.
Yeah. Okay, regarding the sources, I'll begin by saying that the Assam Archives in Guwahati, that has a wealth of information. I mean, the letters between district officials, between the governor to the officials, from the viceroy to the governor. This actually shows what was going on in the region. And it also, for me, what I found is it also shows what were they thinking, what was going on in their mind. This was very important. The second very important source was the Assam Legislative Assembly debates. This shows the political, the decisions they were making. This shows that what they were thinking about, and also the policies that needed to be implemented. The other very important source was the local newspapers, but in particular Assam Tribune, because the Assam Tribune that was initiated, it was from 1938, and it was a weekly paper then, but it has this also has a lot of it's very, very informative, and in all aspects of actually what was happening in society, particularly 43, 44, you know, even the repercussions of the Bengal famine in Assam, which I've dealt with in the book. So it covers all these areas. And then, but then I felt that I needed to get the larger picture. So Nehru Memorial Museum and Library, the cabinet papers, you know, with the Viceroy and the War Cabinet in London, this was extremely, extremely important. And also the problems within, you know, the Viceroy, Lord Wavell, the problems with the War Cabinet, with Churchill, who was not agreeing to recognize the defense situation in the northeast frontier, sorry. That apart, but I also feel that it's, we can also look to more of a non-conventional sources. So in fact, when I went to Manipur, I went to the art gallery of RKCS, the legendary artist. And what was really fascinating was that the impact of the war in Manipur, the evacuees, the transit camps, in each of these these photographs, you see the sick and dying, but I see those vultures on the trees. So vulture itself signifies death. I mean, you can imagine the number of the death toll out there. So yeah, basically this is the crux of my.
Certainly, I think leaning into that artistic
Yeah.
representation as well is extremely interesting. Thank you. David.
Okay, so for my sources, and it is very much a military history, so I went to the ones that you would imagine. You go to the War Diaries, you go to the National Archives in Kew, Imperial War Museum, National Army Museum, etc., etc. But what's very important is even looking at those archives, you need to understand and look beyond each of them. So for example, the War Diaries, you have to dig further and realize those war diaries are not contemporaneous documents, right? They were written after the fact, and you've got to work out how long after the fact they were written and who wrote them. And so that was some of the sources I looked at. I was able to make contact with some families which were of veterans, which was excellent, and they were able to supply some photographs, some personal details. Japanese sources and also interrogation of Japanese generals was very important, and that was really important to stress test against some of just the British sources as well. My one regret, and this is something that Dr. Seigel and I have been talking about a little bit, is that when I compiled this book, it was during COVID. And so I was a little bit restricted on what I did. And in particular, what I don't have is I don't have many recollections from Indian soldiers. It's mainly British and Japanese, not Indian soldiers. And I actually had it in my PowerPoint, but it's been taken away. Just as an example, there are two reasonably well-known Indian soldiers who fought at Sangshak that I know of. One is O.P. Malhotra, who became the chief of the army staff in 78 to 81. He was a young artillery lieutenant in Sangshak. He was wounded in his knee, and he had a whole story getting back to Imphal. I don't have details on that. I want somebody else to reach into it. And then there was also, oh, you have it, sir. Exactly.
I hope you're aware of this. We had the
am.
Golden Jubilee of the Para Brigade.
Yes.
I was serving in the Para Brigade at the time. We studied this battle, and we found that the Para Brigade was not adequately recognized for what they did. For whatever reason, the British Indian Army at that time did not give any credit to 50 Para Brigade. In 1991, sir, we wrote to UK. We got the Battle Honor Sangshak in 1991, sir, 50 years later. And we got the paratroopers and also a glider pilot from Britain who attended the Golden Jubilee of Para Brigade. So I can tell you more about it, but so this is part
I
of
will
it.
come and talk to you.
Right?
Yes, I was aware of that, and I think it's fantastic. And I think at Duxford, actually, in the exhibition there, which there is a small, very small exhibition about the battle at Sangshak, they note the battle honour there. But I will come and find you after this, sir. Thank you.
David, thank you so much. Brilliant exposition of the battle. This was part of my study in the Burma camp. Now, I have a personal connect for this.
Oh. Yes, he does need them. Take this one.
Second reason, the 50 Para Brigade carried on with its bravery, and I commanded the same brigade where it fought in 47-48, Nowshera. And the commander of that brigade was Brigadier Muhammad Usman, who was the first Mahavir Chakra awardee in the in the Indian Army, and also the highest ranking officer who died in battle. his funeral was attended by the Governor General, the Prime Minister Nehru. It's the only time a military officer's funeral has been attended in independent India. And the third connect is that my father was fighting here in 1942-44. My dad was commissioned on 9th August 42. I just went and saw his records in the USI library. They were fighting against the 35th Japanese division as part of the Lushai Brigade, working in this area. So this Battle of Sangshat didn't figure very much, but we learned about the Battle of the Atom Box, if you remember.
Yep,
That's the one that actually was the one which took most of the attention. So thank you so much. Lovely.
Thank you very much. And I should have come here before I wrote my book, but thank you all.
Thank you. Sir, would you like to come forward and just take the microphone for your question? Sorry.
Thank you. I think, David, I think you alluded to this, but or obliquely, but isn't it a fact that this may explain why it took so long to get the battle honor? Isn't it a fact that the history of the Battle of Sangshat has been significantly rewritten? That in Louis Allen's book, it was okay.
Yeah, you're 100% on point. You know this in detail.
Maybe you can tell us a little more, maybe.
Okay, sure. Do we have a minute? Okay. Essentially, after following the end of the war, there were a couple of sort of official histories that were written, and also histories that were written by quite senior officers. When they did write about Sangshat, there were some serious errors in those things. For example, there were stories about Hope Thompson when he had his mental breakdown, that he pulled a tube of toothpaste from his webbing and pointed at the Japanese. It's just never happened. There was all sorts of stories about, had the paratroopers run away, this, that, and the other. And you referenced Louis Allen's book, which was reasonably accurate, but it did have quite a lot of errors in it. Now, what happened is a lot of the veterans of 50 Indian Para Brigade, they fought quite hard campaign, and there was a lot of correspondence with Louis Allen to say, you've got to fix this record, you've got to change this. And to his credit, in the second edition, he did. So he removed a lot of the errors there, but didn't fully change it. And so this was what interested me in looking at all of these things. And in my book, I look at these afresh. There's all sorts of things. There's things about maps that were captured, and was it a cover-up from higher command? Was it this, that, and the other? And this is one of the things, being a lawyer by training, I'm quite interested in digging into the evidence about this and trying to find out what it. So I hope what I've done with my book is set the record straight on a lot of this. And I feel a little bit comforted because I had the family of one of the company commanders contacted me recently, and they found my book, just by luck. They read it and they said, look, my father, for many years, he had been very upset that there was all of these misinterpretations about what happened, and he would feel a little bit comforted that at least the record has been set straight. So, excellent question. Thank you, sir. And I'm going to get on. Oh, sorry.
I have a small question for Dr. Sehgal and two. Can you hear me there? Yeah, okay. I have a small question for Dr. Sehgal and two small comments for you, sir. Brief background: infantry, served in the area, paratrooper, and speak both Bengali and Assamese. So my question to Dr. Sehgal is, it's interesting that you mentioned that there were these Marines who were recruited for the war from the only two Bengali-speaking districts of Assam. So in effect, those were all these Marines that you mentioned, some of whom were believed dead and so on and so forth, were all not Assamese, but they were all Bengalis actually. So how did this happen? Is it because of availability of manpower in Silchar and Kasar, or vice versa?
Yeah,
I'll just complete my question, my
yeah.
comments. And to you, sir, I'm familiar with the ground there. I've patrolled there and various other things. Just a bit of, as an ex-professional infantry officer and an army officer, when you say unit in both the British and the Indian armies, a para brigade is a formation and not a unit. So it had me wondering which unit you're talking about. And then again, I've read some reports because I did some of the reading while I was there. and in those areas for a couple of years in the early 70s, just after the Bangladesh war. Is that, I'm sorry, age is sort of catching up, but nevertheless, yes. Is that it was actually the deputy commander of the brigade, Colonel Abbott, if I'm not mistaken, who actually suggested to the commander, Brigadier Maxwell Hope Thompson, was that his name? Right. That we should consolidate. Since you said that it was the brigade commander who thought of it. And that's it for me. Thank you very much.
And that final point there, I mean, would be contested, and no one actually knows. It is likely what happened because Hope Thompson had a breakdown just before that. Now he maintains that he recovered, but he was no longer really in charge. And so you're correct. It would have been Colonel Abbott. Yes. Thank you.
Yes. See, firstly, let me put it this way. The reasons why our men joined the army, largest volunteer force in the world, it was varied. Well, in context of Sylhet and Cachar, which I was mentioning, actually many of them didn't even know where they were going, where is France or where is Germany. It was dire economic necessity, most because it was the poverty that in Sylhet, in fact, the famine in 1943, this region was, Sylhet was terribly accessible. So for them, it didn't matter where they were going or what would happen to them, but they would get a decent pay package, and even if something happened to them, their family at least would get land and they would be able to, for the future. So that is precisely the reason.
Thank you. I'm going to have to draw it to a close there, otherwise the very warm welcome I receive will be rescinded as we move into the next panel for delay. But I think that's been a fantastic session. Thank you all for your engagement. And I think it shows that perhaps this forgotten history isn't so forgotten after all, and we can still remember it today. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. Right after lunch, it was indeed a fantastic session. After food for stomach, we had food for thought. Thank you to Dr. Seema Saigal, Mr. David Ellison, and for moderating it, Dr. Peter Johnston. Let's have a group photograph for posterity. And this session gives way to the next session, which is also on the war India forgot, the third of the 3 sessions that we had on this theme. It's so nice to connect with the military heritage. And thank you very much for asking those intriguing questions and sharing your experiences as well. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite the next set of panelists now on the stage. I'd like to invite Mr. Gautam Hazarika, the author of The Forgotten Indian Prisoners of World War II, Surviving Hell Under the Japanese. Dr. Peter Johnston continues to be in the next session, along with Adrian Kerrison, both from the Imperial War Museum team. Colonel Mandeep Singh, the author of the book Forgotten History of Hong Kong, Singapore Royal Artillery, and the moderator of the session, Mr. Julian Farrans. So as we set up the stage, let me introduce each one of these panelists to you, beginning with Mr. Gautam Hazarika. He's a Singapore-based researcher, transitioned from a career in banking to studying World War II in Southeast Asia, focusing on the Indian Army, the anti-Japanese resistance, and war crimes trials. Mr. Gautam Hazarika has presented his work at museums in Singapore and World War II conferences in the UK, and has been published in BiblioAsia, Business Time, Scroll.in, and others. Featured in a Channel News Asia documentary, his first book, The Forgotten Indian Prisoners of World War II, will be published this year by Penguin and Pen by Sword in UK. Dr. Peter Johnston, I already introduced him, is the Director of Narrative and Content at the Imperial War Museum, London. Mr. Adrian Kerrison is also part of the IWM team. He is a senior curator in the Second World War and mid-20th century conflict team at IWM Duxford. He has curated major exhibitions including Spitfire, Evolution of an Icon and Hangar 4, Battle of Britain, and authored an IWM publication on the Supermarine Spitfire. Introducing Colonel Mandeep Singh to you. He's the author of the book Forgotten History of Hong Kong, Singapore Royal Artillery. Colonel Mandeep Singh is an alumnus of the National Defence Academy and was commissioned into the Air Defence Branch of the Regiment of Artillery in the year 1982. a graduate of the Long Gunnery Staff Course and Defense Services Staff College. He commanded his regiment during Operation Parakram and along the line of actual control. With over 150 publications and 15 books, he writes extensively on military history, air defense, and strategy. His major works include the Air Defense in Combat series and the history of the Hong Kong-Singapore Royal Artillery. And finally, the moderator, Mr. Julian Ferrance. He's a career employee of the National Army Museum, working there since the year 2000. Initially in the education team, he spent 3 years in the communications team and has worked as the lead for the museum's liaison with the UK's regimental and corps museums for the last 11 years. In his role, Julian provides direct support, training, advice, and networking administration for the UK's 145 museums. So it's over to the moderator with a request to conclude this session by 3:55 p.m. Thank you.
Hello, thank you. So I was reminded that last year my colleague Dr. Alan Jeffries was moderating one of these panels, and he had a relatively easy task because he was talking to Dr. Rob Lyman, and he said, "So Rob, why did you write this book?" And he didn't get another word in. So gentlemen, I'm hoping you're going to give me a similarly easy ride. We have got a relatively short time to get through this, so I'll just crack on. What I'm going to ask each of you to do, please, is to give us a short précis of your work, 2 books, 1 exhibition. Gautam, can we start with you, please?
Hello. Virender ji, wo laga dijiye.
I'll just keep chatting.
Yeah. Hi. Hi, my name is Gautam Hazarika, and I've just published this book called The Forgotten Indian Prisoners of World War II. It's a book about the 60,000 Indian soldiers who became prisoners when Singapore surrendered in 1942. I live in Singapore. I've been there for 25 years. I didn't know that the Indian Army was half of the army defending that island. And the book covers their life over the next 2-3 years of the rest of the war. Half of the book is about the INA, and I discovered that Netaji had actually not started the INA, but this Sikh gentleman on the left, Captain Mohan Singh of the Punjab Regiment. And he's an incredible person, and he's the historical hero of my book, which is why he's the first person on the cover. And he was an unknown captain of 100 men who became the commander of 60,000 and wore that mantle very well. He realized soon that the Japanese were really not interested in, really were not going to live up to their promises of arming the whole Indian army to attack India. So he broke with them and was arrested and exiled. And it was then that the Japanese called Netaji, who was in Berlin at that time, and he arrived in July and of course took the movement to higher levels. The second person on the cover with the officer's peak capped is Lieutenant M.M. Pillai, Military Cross of the Bombay Sappers. He escaped from Singapore in May 1942, and in a journey covering 2-3 months, he went from one Tamilian person's house to the next. When he was there with 2 other officers, and when they left, they had no money. They had 600 rupees and the contact number, or sorry, not no number, the name of one person in Penang. And they went to him, he helped them to get to the next town, and they went from that town to town to town, temple to temple to temple, and eventually reached India in 3 months. They were the first people to inform Delhi about what was going on in Southeast Asia at that time, because there was no news available after the Japanese blitzkrieg. The second half of the book is about the saga of 17,000 soldiers who were sent to Papua New Guinea. I think many of us are aware of the bridge on the River Kwai. I didn't know that the Indian POWs had their own equivalent of the bridge on the River Kwai, their own equivalent of the Sandakan Death March, and held ship journeys. 3,000 of these men died when their ships were sunk by American submarines on the way. And of the 14,000 that remained, 7,000 died within the short 2-year period. So it was a crazy time. In the island of New Guinea itself, only 1 man out of 3,000 returned home. The last 2 men went to New Guinea. The Dogra is Subedar Chin Singh, and the last gentleman is Warrant Officer John Baptist Crasta. Crasta wrote a fantastic memoir of his time, and Chin Singh was the man responsible for getting justice for many of the atrocities in New Guinea. The book ends with everyone coming home, and one part of the book that I didn't cover enough was I realized that the story of a soldier. His story is only half the story. And the other half, in fact, sometimes the more important half, is the story of his wife. And so, in the arrogant hope that there'll be a second edition, a second printing of the book, I've updated the cover. As you can see, the lady in the background. So she's the waiting wife to whom the second edition is dedicated. And I didn't know about her, and I think all of us should really remember the waiting wife. So that's what this book is about, and I hope that you really enjoy the stories of the family struggles that's in them. Thanks.
Okay. So, is it working? Very good. On you go, please, sir. So, yes, please, sir, if you wouldn't mind.
I'm sorry, I don't have a photograph of the book. It's okay?
Yep.
My book is about the Hong Kong Singapore Royal Artillery. Not many have heard about it. And in fact, that is why I wrote it. I came across this name when I was working on a book on the Indian Air Defense Artillery, where it was mentioned that some Indians were recruited by the Britishers in Malaya, Singapore, and Hong Kong to form an artillery regiment. So, I mean, that got me working on it, and I found that it was a fascinating study. Going back to 1841, when the Chinese expedition took place and they wanted some gun Laskars. Now, Laskars were the one who actually helped the gunners, loading, unloading, handling ammunition and all. So the Madras Army in 1841 raised 4 companies. They sent them to Hong Kong. After the expedition, 3 came back, 1 stayed there. And they were found to be of use, so they thought that let's raise another one. About 10 years down the line, they raised another company. Now, it is a fascinating thing to read that the newspapers, the books they talk about, the unsuitable, the unhealthy climate of Hong Kong. And said it was very difficult for the gunners to work, so they wanted cheap labor. And that is how more people were called from India. Over a period of time, it expanded into 4 companies. They started a company at Singapore. They started a company in Malaya, Penang to be precise. And this small unit, 4 companies only, became a regiment by the time of the First World War. In between, they had Sikhs coming in. There was a mutiny in 1892 in Singapore, the first mutiny by this regiment. Then when the First World War broke out, the company commander, the battery commander requested that, let's go to war, allow us to do that. So they sent 1 mountain battery to Palestine. It took part in the Palestine campaign. And they had those old 10-pounder mountain guns. And one account very interestingly says they found a Turkish aircraft going and they started firing that gun onto that aircraft. I think 1 or 2 shells also hit that aircraft. So that was the first recorded use by a gun by Indians against an aircraft in anti-aircraft role. But unfortunately, none of this was anywhere recorded in Indian history. If you go further into it, by 1939 or so, the Indians had manned anti-aircraft guns. There were 15 batteries of Indian manning anti-aircraft guns in Hong Kong and Singapore, in Malaya, and also in Aden. When the war broke out, the first Indian anti-aircraft gunners who came into the contact with enemy aircraft was in Aden, when the Italians raided that place. Interestingly, that was the longest range air raid ever carried out in the Second World War. Italians flew over 8,300 kilometers to raid that oil refinery. And defending that were Indians. Now go back to Hong Kong. When the Japanese attacked Hong Kong in 1941, the only artillery on the mainland was Indian artillery of this HKSR. There were 3 batteries, almost all were written off. Some came back to the mainland. And interesting thing came up that when the Japanese came onto the island of Hong Kong, at one stage there was no infantry to launch a counterattack. Most of these gunners had lost their guns because they had all been overrun. So the commander decided to use his gunners for a counterattack. There was an old hill, I think Wong Long Chung Gap. So these 100-odd gunners, half of them without arms, some without shoes, they launched a counterattack up a hill, and they recaptured that post which the Japanese had taken. They held it for 2 days, but were beaten back. They got the first aircraft, Japanese aircraft was shot down there. Then we move on to Malaya, where this unit shot down 51 Japanese aircraft. In Singapore, they were there. They were manning the coastal guns. They were manning the AK guns. But unfortunately, all this record got mixed up, lost somewhere, because they were actually a British Army unit. They were in an imperial corps with Indians. And some interesting things about them was that the JCOs, what we have the JCOs now, used to be called the VCOs in the Indian Army. They were given the commission by the king, not the viceroy and HKSRA. Their pay was better. They were not under the Indian Army Act. They were under the British Army Act. They were given British awards, not the Indian ones. So all these IDSMs and other things were not applicable for them. Their pensions were better. But unfortunately, if you look at it, the Indian awards could not be given to them. So they missed out on a lot of privileges which the Indians got. And what Hazarika was mentioning, after the fall of Singapore, most of them were taken prisoners. And they also joined the INA. So they also found part of these lost prisoners that you talk of. And they were also used for guard duties. Some were sent to China, some were sent to Papua New Guinea. They were there on the Christmas Island. There was a mutiny there in 1942, which was carried out by them. That was the second mutiny. Sorry, the third one. They had mutinied in Hong Kong in 1940 over the issue of wearing helmets by Sikhs. So there are a whole lot of these kind of incidents which I found was very interesting, but nobody knew about them within at least our known circles. So that is what inspired me to write about it, and a whole lot of other details one can go into. And the unfortunate part is how it ended. After the war, the regiment came to India. It stayed for some time at Ahmednagar, some time at Visapur near there. It was there in Lonavala and at one of the training centers. And in 1946, they were all marched up together and said, today we are disbanding. There were no memorials, there were no records, there were no documentations. There was a depot at Ambala which managed the repatriation of some of the people who went to Pakistan. And the most sad part, if I can use that word about it, the victory parade which was held in London. This was the only regiment which did not take part in that. They were never invited for that. And just a week after that, they were disbanded. When the Colonel Commandant came and did that parade at Visapur and said, Aaj khatam hai. That were his words. And they were just marched off and went home. And a small nugget of information which may be of interest. The last recorded thing of HKSRA is in the pension rules for defense forces. So when the pension rules are promulgated, it also says this is applicable for the Indian Army, Navy, so-and-so, and members of Hong Kong, Singapore Royal Artillery. Not very many people would have noticed that point. And the last incident where I found the reference to this regiment was in 2020, in one of the cases in the Delhi High Court. A widow of a soldier applied for family pension. And she was denied, then she applied for freedom fighters pension. Now all the INA people were given not all the privilege initially. Later in 1972, they were extended the, what I don't know, some of you may remember that Rajat Patra, that plate used to be given to the freedom fighter, and Tamra Patra, and the freedom fighters pension used to be given. 83 of these HKSRA who took part in that INA were deemed fit to be given that. But somehow one name got missed. So this lady went to the court that I also needed. And it took her about 20 years for her to get that pension. And the case finally got resolved in 2020. That is the last mention of that HKSRA. You may find if you go through that India Qanoon or any other site. So that is what this book is all about. Interesting thing, British unit, forgotten by India, no memorials, no records, no awards. And the same on the other side, sadly, that there's no recognition by the British Army about this excellent regiment, which was there for about 110 years or so. So that is what the book is. And I just called it Forgotten. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel.
So, gentlemen, we've had 2 books and now an exhibition upcoming.
No, it's all good. Sorry, it's me again. So, yes, so I and my colleague Adrian here, we actually approach the topic of history from a different perspective because we work in a museum environment. So it's public history, but public history in its much broadest sense. So our methodology, our approach is all geared very heavily towards the most number of people we can, which means that we need to approach the subject matter in a slightly different way. We don't have the ability to engage necessarily in the detailed study, the forensic analysis of the microcosm of history as you would in a book. You know, that's what makes great historical literature. That's what makes great scholarship, and we've heard many examples of that already. But from a museum perspective, we are reaching an audience where we really have to capture more than just intellectual curiosity. It's about provoking an empathetic response, an emotional response, and also motivating a move to action. It's about driving footfall and visitorship, and all the different ways in which you can do that. Now, museums are expressly public places. They are designed to be facilitating of the exchange of public ideas. And as such, it also means that you have to enable a greater polyvocality within those spaces. You have to make room for more voices. You have to make room for disagreement. You can't have the same singular argument as you perhaps can in scholarship. But I think perhaps also the most significant difference between how we approach illuminating either the distant, the forgotten, the dimly recollected, or even the loved past, the nostalgia, is through the utilization of things like material culture. It's through objects, ephemera, material, things that exist in the world and allow you to be transported back to a time and place. They're bridges, they're witnesses. It's not just about documents. It's not even just about capturing the memories from people who were there, right witnesses. It's about building that into a comprehensive whole. Because a museum, and in particular when it comes to museum exhibitions, is a physical experience. You go to see the real things. And that's certainly what we find, and that's what governs our approach. And so much of my role at IWM is all about building our collections, encouraging the further study of the collections, but also what we call developing the collections, which is essentially acquiring new objects. It's encouraging research to better illustrate new objects. When we put them on display, there are more stories connected to them. And it's all about those stories that those objects cover. So for us, from this perspective, the reason why we're engaging with this aspect of the history is Imperial War Museums was created during the First World War in 1917, designed to represent the experience of people who'd fought in the First World War while the war was still going on. So there was a recognition that the war had been so significant it needed to be marked in a particular way. There needed to be a museum established that would allow people in future generations to look back on it. And so the museum began collecting everything it could to do that, but the founding principle that governed that collecting was anybody should be able to walk into the museum and point to a particular display and say, this is the thing I did. This is what I did in the war, and now everyone else can learn about it. And that was the principle. But what became very obvious is, as it was laid out at the time as what was called the British War Museum, Britain was not the only person fighting in that war. And it was actually the subcommittee for India who addressed that and said, well, hang on, we're fighting too, and we should be part of this story as well. And that's why the name was changed. The name was changed to the Imperial War Museum to represent that empire contribution on a far greater level of equality than probably otherwise existed any other colonial structure at the time. That's obviously evolved and into the Second World War period, but unfortunately our founding principle has not been as well served as it should have been. We've not necessarily represented the experience of India in the Second World War as effectively as we should have done, which is why we're taking steps to address that in the present. And I think, just based on the discussions we've had today so far, and probably some of the further discussions we'll also have, this history is still alive for many people. This isn't a forgotten past. It still continues to cast an enormous shadow over everything in the world around us. For some people, the Second World War has never ended. And so I think that becomes increasingly relevant. But also what's very relevant for us in the UK is that there is now obviously a very different demographic in the UK to that existed in the First World War. There is a huge wave of migration that's taken place in the aftermath of the Second World War that has a direct connection to this history. And therefore it's fully right that us as a museum that's designed to represent Britain represents all of Britain. And that is a major driver into why we're engaging with this topic and subject now. And I will hand over to my colleague Adrian at that point, talk about some of the specifics.
Thanks, Peter. Yeah, so as Peter touched on, a curator at IWM can mean lots of things, but one big thing we do is we collect objects, artifacts, personal stories, and we're all expected to always continue to improve the collection. We call that collections development. And when I was thinking about how we can improve the collection, the big red flashing light was the Indian experience of the Second World War. Because although we have a very rich photography and film collection, documents the Indian experience of the Second World War, a lot of it's from a British colonial perspective, and a lot of it doesn't convey that personal experience at the individual level. And as Dia mentioned earlier, 2.5 million Indians served in the Second World War in the Army, Air Force, Navy, in air raid precautions, civilians working in factories. 86,000 were killed. Something like 28 Victoria Crosses were awarded to Indians during the war. And then on the home front, around 3,000 civilians killed in Japanese bombing raids. In the factories, they churned out around 10,000 armored vehicles, 200,000 wheeled vehicles, 1.7 million small arms. So a massive contribution, but the problem is that those individual personal stories are missing from our collection. And I confirm this by doing a deep dive into our collection and looking for those individual stories of Indians who contributed, fought, experienced the Second World War. We just don't have a lot. So that's a big project I'm working on at the moment. I'm looking to collect more objects, memorabilia, personal stories relating to Indians who experienced the war. I'm doing that in a number of ways. So we have a web page about the project where you can read more about it and get in touch with me if you want to ask me questions or maybe share a story with me. We've done big media pushes in the UK in particular and on social media. We're starting to work with Indian diaspora and South Asian community groups in the UK to help spread awareness of India's contribution to the Second World War. So that's a big part of it. We're trying to get the word out, and then we're ready to be reactive to people who want to share stories with us. But we're also being proactive as well. So I'm going out and looking for stories. A good example of that is one that was shared with me by Rana, Flight Lieutenant Sathyanand Paul. He was a Halifax bomber rear gunner who participated in the D-Day invasion. So his Halifax bombed one of the batteries on Sword Beach on D-Day. And he's actually one of 4 Indians who took part in D-Day, because when you ask about were any Indians present on D-Day, the answer will usually be no. So that's one of the stories I've found. Being proactive as well, I'm looking for people who are still alive who experienced the Second World War. So last Wednesday, I interviewed a 105-year-old gentleman named Captain Yavar Abbas, who lives in London. He was a combat cameraman for the Indian Army during the Second World War. We have his combat film in the collection, which is pretty amazing, the notes that he took. So we thought it was really important to record his story in his own words, ask him a lot of questions about, why he decided to join the Indian Army, what his experience was like. And then a couple days ago in Delhi, I interviewed a 99-year-old INA veteran, Lieutenant Madhavan Pillai, who was a recruiting officer for the INA out in Burma, capturing his experience as well. And shout out to the USI film crew who captured that on film as well. Yeah, so that's a huge project that I'm working on at the moment. And I know a lot of you will probably have some connection to the Second World War through your families or friends, ancestors. So if it's something you want to share with the IWM, please reach out to me. Thank you.
Righto, so gentlemen, this section is the third in a series calling this a forgotten war, a war that India has forgotten. And both of your work mentioned elements of that you have forgotten sections in it. But you're not so sure. You mentioned that you might not think that it's remembered all the way around the world. If India has forgotten it, why are you pushing so hard to make people remember? Why do you think it's important that India remembers these elements of the conflict? So I'm going to ask each of you, if you would please. So, Gus.
Why we want to remember is, if you look at it, what I was talking about is the Indians in the British Army. Nobody wrote about them. They also contributed. They also did their bit, if I may say so, towards the war effort. Now, they deserve recognition. They deserve recognition. They deserve to be acknowledged as, yes, they were part of us, and their contribution mattered. That is the least we can do to remember them. That is the reason I wrote. I mean, simply put it that way.
So I think they were forgotten because India, like many other former colonies, focused on what we call our history. And fighting for Britain was not our history. But what we forgot along with that is that no matter the fact that the fighting was for maybe not independence of India, the fact was what those soldiers did was very brave. What their wives endured was very brave. That should not be forgotten. That can never change. And it's very sad to see the reflection of this. I'm going to London next week for my book launch. I have got an interview with BBC London about Indian soldiers. But BBC India is not interested in, I mean, okay, I'm not a great guy. I'm just giving you the comparison that the UK wants to talk to us about Indian soldiers, but India doesn't want to talk to us about Indian soldiers. So I think the bravery of these soldiers should be known, and the bravery of their wives should be known.
Thank you. Gents.
I'm not going to suggest why India has forgotten. It's not my place. But what I would say as well is that remembrance and commemoration is an act, it's a practice, it's a cultural thing that needs to be done. And what I've found fascinating, both in discussions I've had this week while I've been in Delhi, but in previous discussions either with Rana, with other scholars in the field who are doing fantastic work in this, is that the material, it is out there, there are stories that are out there, but what I'm increasingly learning from benefiting from the work of others is that this isn't really forgotten. But we just need to reframe our form of remembrance that we do, if that makes sense. So there's a particular fascinating strand about how these things make their way into folklore, for example, about how these things make their way into the built environment and the landscape, how they are commemorated as part of that function. And so, you know, I wouldn't necessarily say that the role of people who aren't from Britain is as well known as it should be in the UK. But in many ways, that is the responsibility of my institution and me as a professional to actually sort of do. And so, you know, that's beholden on me. And frankly, it's my privilege to be able to do that and work around that and continue to share those stories and continue to find them.
I will just shout out for my institution as well there. I don't want the Imperial War Museum to get all of the credit on that, because we too at the National Army Museum have been looking at projects that celebrate the contribution of Indian soldiers during the First and the Second World War. One of the proudest achievements I have working at the National Army Museum was working on our Sikh project that we did from 2014 to 2016. So, judging by the last panel discussion, there's quite a lot of interest from the audience to ask questions. Now we've got, and I'm on a very tight schedule here, we've got a few minutes left, so I will ask now if anyone in the audience has any questions that they would like to ask. Yes, there's a gentleman over there. Have we got a mic out in the audience?
Hello, sir. I'm Arpit, founder of Diplomatic Threads. Sir, I have one question regarding the relation of Israel and India in the context. In the past month, the mayor of Haifa said it's Indian troops who liberated Haifa port from the Ottoman Empire and not the Britishers. How are you going to take it, sir? I need your opinion on that.
Wow. So, I mean, that relates to the First World War, which I think shows that there is this really long tradition between Britain always relying on India to help fight its imperial wars.
Yes.
And that is, I think there's an element of what you were saying about how, you know, some of the pride you took in the National Army Museum's work. I think actually what's really interesting is that with the First World War centenary in particular, and this was said to me by a scholar who I enormously respect, we were able to change the colour of memory by focusing on these stories that hadn't otherwise been shared into the discourse. And I think that we need to increasingly look to build towards that. We had the fascinating discussion earlier that really placed, and Dia raised this question as well, and said that, you know, independence is a massive event, obviously, but the Second World War is this enormous event that like really drives and acts as a catalyst for that. And it plays a much more defining role for so many more people than perhaps has been illustrated before. So really, perhaps it's not so much about, there will always be a place for shining the spotlight on these stories, for bringing more stories into the discourse, as Gautam and the Colonel have done. But it's also about joining some of the dots. And certainly we find at IWM is people come to us not necessarily just to dwell in the past or hide in the past, but they come to understand the past and use that as a framework for navigating the present. Because, you know, history doesn't repeat itself, but it does rhyme. And I think that, you know, all of the challenges that people face in the present have been faced by our predecessors. You know, we talked a lot about innovation. David talked about, you know, the campaign in, you know, for the 5th Parachute Infantry Brigade. You know, if you can learn in contact, in particular, as a fighting organisation, that is the absolute gold standard of being a fighting organisation. Yeah. And we can see that plenty of times. You know, the character of war changes, but the nature doesn't. And so I think all of these things certainly play a part. However, in terms of your specific question in relation to that, I'm afraid I can't comment on anything the Israeli mayor of Haifa may have believed, I'm afraid. I am bound up very much in my own limitations of my own experience.
So I don't know about Haifa, but Indian troops liberated my home, Singapore.
Thank you so much.
Sorry? And Bangladesh. Of course.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Any further questions? Yes, sir. There's one down there, please. Hang on while he comes bounding across.
I really don't have a question. I have a comment, particularly for Gautam. There was a case that some of the British units that were captured en masse, and particularly one at Malaya during the Second War, now the officers were given the option, the Indian officers, that they could come over and join the INA. But in some cases, the men had already been sent to New Guinea. And then the officers, they remarked that it would be very unfair that they cross over and they join the INA when the similar option was not available to the soldiers, who in any case, as you have said, there was only one person who returned alive from New Guinea. So this also, I would be interested in knowing what's your observation to this.
So yes, indeed, the soldiers were offered, theoretically they were offered a choice, but actually when one looks at all the evidence, and the evidence is not just what the Indians thought, but even what the British thought after interrogating all the INA. So my book is written based on records left behind by the British in India. So I think someone was talking about not knowing what the Indian soldiers thought in Sangshat. There are dozens of pages of what Indian soldiers thought in Sangshat. You just need a computer. It's all digitized now. So anyway, basically all the soldiers were interrogated, and after reviewing all the interrogations, the British then assessed all those 20,000 answers. These are 20,000 men who had joined the INA who had survived. And their view was that this was the only choice open to them. And the question should not be asked as to why they joined the INA. The question should be asked as to why those who did not join the INA did not join the INA. And that's what the reality of the situation was. And of course, over the entire 2-3 year period, there were different phases of the INA. Mohan Singh's first INA, Netaji's second INA, Papua New Guinea in between, and so on and so forth. And many joined, many didn't join. And you're right that some of the officers were given that choice. They stayed back and were not sent to Papua New Guinea. And some of them did join, some of them did not join. It's a very complex answer, sir. And really, I think I used to judge people who joined the INA. I realize now how wrong I was. And one cannot judge without having experienced that situation.
Any further questions, ladies and gentlemen? Very good. I'll ask then. Gentlemen, both your books are now published and available, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. And gents, when's the exhibition opening?
So the exhibition will open in 2027 that we're working towards, but Asians Collecting Project that he talked about is ongoing, is live now. And that really also has no end date, which I realise I've said as his boss, and I've committed to a lot of future work. There you go. But yeah, perhaps Adrian, you could talk about a bit more of the aspiration.
Yeah, so what we're really missing is we're missing kind of objects and memorabilia, things like uniforms, diaries, letters, things that were worn during the war, things that were written during the war, personal photo albums, things like that. But we're also looking for, because we realize that the Second World War generation is sadly pretty much gone now, apart from a few octogenarians. We're also looking for people to share stories of their fathers, their grandparents, their grandmothers, and those can be submitted to me, and we're basically creating sort of like a digital archive of these stories, so that if nothing survives of their war service, then the memories can at least survive. And I think that's really important, because we can use those in exhibitions. We can tell people stories in exhibitions without necessarily having an object relating to them.
Well, it seems I was panicking somewhat for no reason there, since we have managed to come in about 5 minutes early. So, gentlemen, thank you very much for speaking today, all of you. It's been a pleasure to be here with you all. And I think we've got 5 minutes now before we need to set up for the next one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to all the panelists. Let's come forward to have a group photograph. Thank you to Mr. Gautam Hazarika, Dr. Peter Johnston, Adrian Kerrison from the Imperial War Museum team, Colonel Mandeep Singh, thank you, and gratitude to Julian Farrance, the moderator of this session, The War India Forgot. So thank you to all the moderators. Courtesy couple of sessions post-lunch. We've been able to catch up with time. There are 2 more sessions left, both of them very interesting sessions. Coming up next is a session on contested partitions. And then the last session will be an in-conversation where we'll focus on rising India, engaging the world. We'll have Ambassador Rajiv Sikri, an Indian Foreign Service officer, join us, and he'll be in conversation with Suhasini Haidar, senior journalist. But that's the last session of the day. But before that, from 4 to 4:50, it's time for the penultimate session on contested partitions. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. So we'll set the stage up for the next session. I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Sam Dalrymple, the author of the book Shattered Lands, 5 Partitions and the Making of Modern Asia, published by HarperCollins this year, 2025. Dr. Pallavi Raghavan, Assistant Professor with Ashoka University. And the moderator of this penultimate session will be Commodore C. Uday Bhaskar.
कोई आया नहीं है इस सेशन में एक ये इनको किसने दिया था
I can share with you that even as we prepare for the session on contested partitions here in the main auditorium, in the adjacent seminar hall, the penultimate session will be on the topic Technology and Strategy, Adapting Warfares for the Future. So again, a choice before we all come back in this auditorium for the last session on Rising India Engages the World. So the stage is set. Can I request Commodore C.A. Uday Bhaskar to please join us on stage, sir, along with the panelist, Mr. Sam Dalrymple and Dr. Pallavi Raghavan. Please welcome on stage Commodore C. Uday Bhaskar, Dr. Pallavi Raghavan, and Mr. Sam Dalrymple. Let me introduce the panelists to you. Dr. Pallavi Raghavan, I'll introduce your profile to the audience here. Please have a seat. Pallavi Raghavan is an assistant professor of international relations at Ashoka University. She is the author of Animosity at Bay, an alternative history of the India-Pakistan relationship, 1947 to 1952. Pallavi has published extensively in peer-reviewed journals, including the Economic and Political Weekly and Modern Asian Studies and International History Review. Her current project is focused on the global history of Bengal's 1905 partition. She is interested in the ways that techniques of administrative partitioning traveled between different contexts of the British Empire and left an important legacy for understanding the nature of territorial conflict in the contemporary moment. Pallavi holds a PhD in modern South Asian history from the University of Cambridge. A warm welcome, Dr. Pallavi. Let me now introduce to you Mr. Sam Dalrymple, the author of Shattered Lands, 5 Partitions and the Making of Modern Asia. He's a Delhi-raised Scottish historian, filmmaker, and multimedia producer. He graduated from Oxford University as a Persian and Sanskrit scholar. In the year 2018, he co-founded Project Dastan, a peace-building initiative that reconnects refugees displaced by the 1947 partition of India. His debut film, Child of Empire, premiered at the Sundance Film Festival in 2022, and his animated series, Lost Migrations, sold out at the British Film Institute the same year. His work has been published in the New York Times, Spectator, and featured in The Time, The New Yorker, and The Economist. He's a columnist for Architectural Digest, and in 2025, Travel and Leisure named him Champion of the Travel Narrative. Shattered Lands is your first book. Congratulations. And quick profile of the moderator, Commodore C. Uday Bhaskar. Okay, so he is a life member of the USI, so it's over to the moderator with a request to conclude this session by 4:50, sir. Thank you very much, 4:50 p.m.
Good evening, everyone. This is a very slim, modest audience, but totally focused. First things first, my name is Uday Bhaskar. I'm a retired sailor, and my claim to fame here this evening is that I'm one of the older members of the USI. Both my beard and my hairstyle, I think, are testimony. We go back to the period when the USI was in Kashmir House, those of you who may remember. I'm, sort of rambling so that we have a decent audience. I think it will be unfair to this splendid book. Can I just show them this book, Pallavi? For those of you who have not already seen it, Shattered Land. So this is a plug for Sam Dalrymple's book. And delighted to have him here. One of the sort of, diktats that I received from, where is our friend Rana? He just stepped out. And the organizers was to say, come what may, at 16:49, I have to hand over the floor to the next session. So it's in that spirit I thought that we would try and cast off, as it were. The theme for this session is contested partitions. And very briefly, for those of you who have already read the book, this may be a repetition, but Sam Dalrymple's book talks about 5 partitions. It deals rather with 5 partitions, starting with 1937, Burma, which not many people may be aware, and it traces some of the better known partitions, which include 47, of course, India, Pakistan, 71, which is the war for Bangladesh, is okay? Sorry. So as I said, just to repeat, 5 partitions starting with 1937 Burma, perhaps not as well known. And the 2 better known ones, which are 1947, India, Pakistan, and subsequently Bangladesh, 1971. And he also adds Aden, the Gulf states, which are not as well known in terms of how the partition took place there. Why I'm belaboring this is that the theme for our session, and I was chatting with Rana and other colleagues, is the contested part of partitions. The partitions of the subcontinent are very distinctive in a tragic way. Those of you who have read partition histories, not just India, but generally partitions, there's something about the density of tragedy. And the density of 1947 at one level and 1971 are standalone. We do not have the time to get into that. But if there is one conceptual issue that perhaps we can tease out today, is that while we are talking about contested partitions, are there any consensual partitions? Particularly when we talk about the end of the colonial phase of history. That's one question I hope we can address. And the other is, we know Sam and his work. Dr. Raghavan, Pallavi Raghavan, her book and her own work on a very important phase of the formation of India and what preceded is something which I thought we could also talk about, time permitting. I'm sure Sam will talk about it because his book also deals with the same period. So in the interest of managing our time, I thought I'd request Sam first to go as the author of the book, speak for about 8 minutes, 9 minutes, and then maybe request Dr. Raghavan to respond, and then we will take it forward depending on the time. Would that be okay?
Perfect.
All yours.
Thank you. And thank you all for coming today. I am so honored to be here, and particularly with Dr. Raghavan, whose book I quote quite liberally in my own. I'm a big fan of her work, so it's extraordinary to be on stage with her. So the story that I set out to write in Shattered Lands is one that we're rather unfamiliar with today here in Delhi. It's the story of the fact that if you go back 100 years ago to the famous Declaration of Purna Swaraj, the first call for complete independence from Britain, the India that they are referring to at the time is one that is almost 2.5 times the India that exists today. And today we often talk of an undivided India existing in 1947 that kind of roughly encompasses India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. But the India of the 1920s is far, far vaster than that. Because in the 1920s, the British colony of India stretched from the city of Aden in what's now Yemen as far east as the Shan states of Burma. Basically in one colonial unit containing 1/4 of the world's population and the largest Hindu, Muslim, Sikh and Zoroastrian populations on the planet. And the story that I try to answer in this book is how this one Indian passport that was issued across this region is transformed through 5 partitions over 5 decades into 12 passports. There are 12 nation states who were once legally considered a part of British India. These include Yemen, Oman, the UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan, and Myanmar. They all were part of the Raja's administration in rather different ways. Some of them were part of directly ruled British India, some were princely states, and some were protectorates. But under the Interpretation Act of 1886, all of these lands were legally considered India, and all of their citizens were legally considered Indian citizens. And so this is, and I trace it's breaking apart through 5 contested partitions. The first, of course, is the partition of Burma in 1937. We forget how controversial and how contested it was at the time, because actually, in the early 1920s, there's this whole forgotten debate over what a post-colonial India should look like. Should it inherit the steel frame of the British imperial administration, including everything from Yemen to Burma? Or should it resemble the much more ancient concept of Bharat that is rooted in the Mahabharata, you know, one of the most ancient epics to ever been composed, and yet, you know, this land that we call Bharat had never been unified politically, at least within, you know, sort of modern memory. And so this was a very big political question. And in Burma in the 1920s, there's a big push and pull. Can Burmese ever feel Indian? And actually the most important politician of the time is this guy Mahatma Uttama, a Indian National Congress cadre, a disciple of Gandhi, a Buddhist monk from Arakan, who argues that Burma is an integral part of Indian civilization. After all, Buddha brought Buddhist followers brought the Buddhist religion to Burma, and several empires had stretched across the Patkai region, ruling over both areas. We forget that the province of Assam was annexed by the British East India Company from the Burmese Empire, and that the Ahom, the dynasty that preceded the Burmese, were themselves from Shan State Burma as well. Now, even after it is finally partitioned on April Fool's Day 1937, it remains incredibly contested in ways that we largely forget. So actually, if you look to the earliest documents related to the Naga independence struggle, the Naga independence struggle is founded by Angami Zapu Fizo. And Fizo himself grew up in Rangoon during the Burma separation debates, and his entire vocabulary is essentially rooted in those debates. And he never initially talks about independence from India at all. He talks about reuniting the divided Nagas, because half of Nagas end up in Burma after this partition, and half ended up in India. So the Nagas, just like Punjabis and Bengalis, are in a sense a partitioned people. Likewise, Mizos. Likewise, you know, when in order to understand the Rohingya crisis that emerged in Myanmar a few years ago, one needs to understand the xenophobic politicians who take over Burma after the separation, drawing up a list of all ethnicities that speak Indian languages so that they can be kicked out of the country. These include Bengalis, Tamils, Punjabis, but most notably a group called the Rohingya, on the basis that they speak a dialect of Bengali, and regardless of the fact that they had been living in Arakan for at least 1,000 years by that point. And so in order to understand these modern conflicts, we need to understand how and why these partitions were contested. The second partition I talk about is the separation of Aden and the Gulf states. This was, I'd say, the least contested of these partitions, and even at the time, it was largely kind of thought of as just a random administrative quirk put into place by Lord Curzon, that Dubai and Abu Dhabi, etc., were made into princely states in 1903. And yet, in the 1920s, there's a series of Arab intellectuals who begin to conceptualize a post-colonial India where Arabs form an integral part of an Indian nation. And so particularly the great journalist Muhammad Ali Luqman, who is Ambedkar's travel buddy. He is Gandhi's Arabic translator for when Gandhi goes and does speeches in Aden, because again, Aden was an integral part of India at this point. And And so, even though it separated off between 1937 and 1947, these Gulf states, that it was more contested, I think, than we tend to remember. And we tend to forget how debated these ideas were at the time. Ultimately, most Indian nationalists decided that a post-colonial Indian nation should resemble that of Bharatvarsh. But this was not necessarily going to be the case in 1910, when Arabs and Burmese were also part of the conversation. Now, I don't think I need to go into nearly as much detail, and given our time constraints, into the last three partitions. Many of you, I'm sure in the audience, will have either lived through the events of 1947 or perhaps even fought in the war of 1971, which produced, of course, Pakistan and then later Bangladesh. But I think it's important to remember how much each partition, in a sense, triggered the next like a set of dominoes, and that without understanding the events of 1937, we can't understand the later ruptures that would carve their way through the subcontinent. Rahmat Ali Chaudhry, who first coins the term Pakistan, explains that the justification for his idea was explicitly that if the people of Burma are to be separated from the Indian Empire, then it makes no sense why we must force the Muslims of northwestern India into this union. I'm paraphrasing, I can't remember the quote off the top of my head, but it's extraordinary and it's well worth a read how much each of these early partitions inspires the next, and yet we tend to brush over. I think also, just on the topic of contested partitions and before handing over to Dr. Raghavan, I think it's worth remembering the kind of sliding doors moments and the fact that in both 47 and 71, I would argue that, 2 years before the final partitions, they were still not necessarily inevitable. There were still people debating them and contesting them at the time. So in famously, 1947 only becomes a fixed fact in the wake of the breakdown of the Cabinet Mission Plan. Now that was in July 1946, so just over 1 year before partition carves its way through the subcontinent. Had that plan gone ahead, it would have left a kind of UK-style system to the subcontinent, where just like you have England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland being separate nations within one nation-state, the idea of the Cabinet Mission Plan had been East-West Pakistan, North and South India, and Deccan being different nations within a united nation-state. And so I think it's important to remember how late each of these borders that we now treat as facts, as eternal facts, actually are made. There's a quote from one of the reviews of the book that I'd like to finish with, which is that, in the 21st century, we often take the nation state as the basic building block of the world and its international relations. And it thus comes as some surprise to realize that there are over 30 nations on the planet that are younger than the internet, that the borders that we now see as the basic, representing different nations on this planet, were each contested, fought for, fought with as well. These are both the result of nationalists fighting, particularly in the case of Bangladesh, Bangladeshis fighting for their independence from Pakistan. But at the same time, they were fiercely contested by particularly, for example, the Biharis, who were the Urdu speakers living there at the time, who were not sure that they necessarily wanted an independent Bangla state in which they would not necessarily know the language. So each of these are contested. But yeah, thank you so much for all coming. And Dr. Raghavan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Dalrymple. I think that was racy, but you ticked all the boxes. I hope we'll come back to the contested part. But on that note, I'll request Dr. Raghavan to make her remarks.
Thank you so much, Sam, for writing this book. Can I just begin by thanking the organizers of the festival for inviting me?
I think if you put it close to your...
Yes. Thank you. Can I just begin by thanking Dr. Cheetah and Uday. Thank you for the invitation to me. And for putting this festival together, and for such a if I say so myself, like such an excellent lineup of speakers for the 2 days. Like it's a nice thing to do in Delhi in November. November. Thank you. And thanks so much, Sam, for such a riveting read. I mean, it's a delight. I mean, it's a one-sit read. I mean, it's riveting. I read it in one sitting. It's a really, really delightful, and it's written with a lot of flair. And there's, it's a fascinating story that you're telling. And I think there's something about how you tell us about partitions, and you place partitions in this kind of comparative long-term framework, and you kind of tell us not just about a partition or the India-Pakistan partition, but because you're telling us about 5 partitions, and you're forcing the reader to kind of think about, okay, so what is so different between this partition and that partition? Because you're forcing us to think comparatively. There is something about your book that makes us really remember about how partitions really are, contested living history. And you kind of set up, this explanation about how partitions, the thing about writing about different partitions and kind of making us think about like what makes one partition different from another partition is that it also reminds us how we live through, the effects of partition in our daily lives, certainly in our geopolitics, in our understanding of the world. It's such an alive question. So thank you for writing this book and for setting it up like that. I am currently working on a book about 1905 and Curzon's partition of Bengal. And the reason I bring I'm working on the manuscript. I hope to finish it by the end of next year. I'm currently working on the first 3 chapters of the book. But the reason I bring it up is because I'm also trying to ask you, what is a partition, is it something that happens, you get to, it's something that leads to a permanently established state, only those things are partitions? Or if it's, just because there's a demand for a partition or support for the idea of partition, those 2 things don't count as being a partition. So I was, the 5 stories that you tell us about in the 5 partitions that you choose, you chose, all of which, by the way, are fascinating instances that show us how the British Empire was such a complex, interconnected whole, working with lots of different kinds of regions. But the 5 partitions that you choose, about Burma and Aden and the princely states and of course 71 and 47. Why those ones? Is it, and so for it, just to start with, like, why not 1905? And is it, so in a sense, like, the book is also asking us to think about, like, what is the partition? And is it something that happens when there's a successful nation state at the end of it? And is it something that doesn't happen when people want, when there's a clamor for a expression of self-determination that doesn't then occasion in a state? Thank you. Thank you again for the book.
Sure. Thank you for that. So yeah, my book very much starts in 1921, which is, of course, 15 years after the first partition of Bengal. I talk briefly about the first partition of Bengal, which I think has an absolutely astronomically important impact on politics across South Asia. What's extraordinary is how much it is even protested in Rangoon. And one of the things that I came across was these kind of, protests against 1905 within what's now Burma. So, the ricochets of this central seminal event are felt there. But yes, the story that, in a sense, the question that I ask at the beginning of the book is, how does one passport turn into 12 passports? And how do the borders that we see today emerge? Which is one, ultimately, that 1905, because it's reversed, doesn't quite fit into the story that I tell. Although I don't think, I think it's arguably one of the most important seminal events in 20th century history. But yeah, the opening image of my book, in a sense, is the fact that you can't see the Great Wall of China from space, and it's something that we all grow up with, but it's a myth. And even if you were to squint your eyes from the International Space Station, you wouldn't be able to see a thing. The only wall that you can see from space is the India-Pakistan border, because it's so highly militarized, fenced, got thousands of kilometers of fog lights, this line that was intended, deliberately intended to divide Hindus from Muslims, is now visible from space, a kind of visible scar etched into the surface of the globe. And this is just one of numerous intensely militarized borders. I think the longest border wall in the world is actually India-Bangladesh, because of how much the border wiggles haphazardly through the Bengal Delta. And obviously the India-Myanmar border is one of the largest border wall building projects currently underway. I think just recently Home Minister announced that they were going to wall up that region in response to a lot of the politics that's in modern-day Myanmar and in response to some of the conflict in Manipur in particular. And so I think that it's extraordinary. The story that, in a sense, I was trying to understand was how is it that these borders that were not even foreseen 100 years ago are now the most militarized borders on planet Earth. In some sense, yes, perhaps, I think that there are many different ways that we can look at the concept of partition. I think to some extent you can use this kind of methodology of looking at political borders and the ruptures that they create in societies, in politics, in religion, in ethnicity, even in language. I think any Bengalis in the room will know how much, even to this day, the different dialects of Bangla are and different football teams are associated with whether you came from that side or were on this side beforehand. I've got many Punjabi friends from Delhi who talk about the fact that their family were actually Saraiki speaking from South Punjab around Multan. Once they arrived here, that language was lost. I think the kind of the Hindu dialects of Sindhi are beginning to disappear now because it's been 3 generations on and families are not using Sindhi in the same way that they once did. And so a lot of songs about Jhulelal, etc., are now disappearing. So I think that partition for me is any border that creates a rupture of culture, of language, of even food. I think that we forget how much of Delhi's modern cuisine is different from its pre-47 cuisine. All the nihari makers of old Delhi are now living in Karachi, and today we have butter chicken as Delhi's kind of national dish instead, which was, of course, created in the refugee camps of Delhi. One of the interviews that I did in Begumpur in South Delhi, I learnt that how was partition experienced in this region, because they only had one Muslim in the village and he left on a tonga and they were really sad. But they said the biggest impact on their village was the introduction of the tandoor, because the tandoor was introduced from West Punjab and all these refugees coming over. Until that point, they'd all used chulas for their cooking. So the extraordinary cultural impact that these borders have is ultimately what I was trying to explore in my book. Thank you.
Question 2, Bengal 1905. Why did you not include?
I didn't include it because it didn't result in a border that exists today. It was reversed kind of 12 years later, I think. And also, crucially, it was an internal partition. So it was dividing one province into 2 provinces, whereas I was trying to look at how one colony became multiple colonies and then later multiple nation states. Obviously, 1905 is crucial to understanding the origins of the kind of Bangladeshi national consciousness in particular. But ultimately, it did not result in a new nation state, which is what I was looking at in the book. Thank you. I think here we go.
Thanks, Sam and Pallavi. I think, very interesting kind of issues raised. In the interest of time, before I open this up, and again, see if we can have time for the speaker and the discussant to respond. I was just struck by 2 observations, statements made by both of them. One is, Pallavi asked a very, I think, import-laden question: what is a partition? Sam has given some kind of a response to that within the time available. And in passing, he referred to the scars of partition. And if we look at our own theme today for this session, which is contested partitions, and try and frame it against the larger theme for this entire 2-day conference, which is about history and heritage and memory. And memory, of course, is almost synonymous with narratives, that there is a larger kind of field that needs to be explored specific to the subcontinent. And I can't help but resist making this observation again, that one of the fallouts of partition, I mean, if you're a physicist and you said that there is the occurrence of an event, however tectonic or however small, what is the fallout? What has been the fallout of that particular incident, the occurrence? If partition is one of them, in this current month that we are speaking about, there's also the birth centenary of Ritvik Ghatak, who is a well-known Bengali filmmaker. I'm only drawing attention to that to say that when we talk about partitions and the after effect, the scars, to borrow your word, Sam, you can see even now, 100 years later, in terms of the contestation, how it takes place across many levels. But I'll leave it at that. I don't want to make this into a detour into that part of both partition and the undivided Bengal. But what I will do now is open this up, request you all, those who want to make a question, observation. And I don't want to sound very strict, but two requests. Identify yourself, a mic will come to you, ask your question if you can. And if you want to make a comment, try and make it like the old Twitter, 280 characters at best. On that note, sir, I'll recognize you. Is there a mic that will go to them, or shall I?
The mic's just coming.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to get, where's Archana? I'm looking at Archana and 1649. Okay, and Rana's here. All very hard taskmaster. Sir, identify yourself.
Yeah, my name is Debashish Mitra. What an interesting coincidence. I'm writing a book on the 4 partitions which went through Bengal, 1905. 12, by the way, is a very important one which we don't refer to as much, which then influenced 47 and 71. And it happened because my father was a part of the 71 operations. He actually hosted the first meeting of the Bangladesh government in exile. That was in July of 71, which is not known. I discovered his notes, and from there a journey began, which has gone all the way back to the 17th century. So the question that I have, I just wanted to understand this, because when you see an interplay, like you've closed and you said, all right, fine, Aden happened, and we know that today, it's Yemen and so on and so forth, whatever the issues may be in Dhirubhai Ambani. But today, 2 interesting things have happened in the current era. When Muhammad Yunus has given a flag painted by the students in Dhaka after this August episode, they've talked about a map of Greater Bangladesh. And that Greater Bangladesh includes Assam, includes Bihar. I live in Odisha, I come from there, and of course Bangladesh and Bengal, and the Arakan. Now the question is that, where did this notion come from? It's not something that they just created on their own. That was the British Bengal that got partitioned in 1905. Second, when you talk about Muslim problems in Assam, you look at Eastern Bengal and Assam, which is one of the provinces created in 1905. And thereafter, in 1912, when the redaction takes place, a pure Bengal gets created, which is the first time that you actually had a Bengal for Bengalis, both West and East. Now the question I'm bringing up here is that partitions happened by whom, for whom, and the reasons for that. That's what I want to understand, right? Because it's the British finally, whether it was internal to so-called India or a British Indian Empire or a particular province, the episodes that last after that last across centuries. And that's what I'm discovering in my research. So I just wanted to comment on that.
We'll take that. You got that, Sam? I'll give you just 1 second. I'll take one more question, observation. Who was that? Someone here? Yeah. In the blue shirt, sir. You just get a mic. And let him answer. We'll take 2 questions at a time.
I have one observation, 1 statement and 1 question for you.
Sir, please
First
identify
is that,
yourself for the record.
Okay, my name is Major General Kuldeep Sindhu. My first statement is that this partition is basically an Occidental idea. It emerged from the nation-state concept. You see, boundaries in this southern portion of the equator were all tribal boundaries. They were very liquid. The fixed boundaries came with the Europeans, and that is the one rending asunder partition.
Sir, ask your question.
Okay, just as I said.
Please, go ahead, ask your
just
question.
a minute. Yeah. First was the statement. Second, I said a question. You're an oracle. Would you be writing about the 6th partition after some time?
Okay, leave it at that. Let Sam, the blue shirt, I was trying to ask you, sir. Yeah, please go ahead. And that's the last question, then we can get a response. All of you.
Hi, Sam. It is a pleasure. I've met your father.
Identify
now
yourself.
meeting you. My name is Rohan Ambike. I'm from Pune. So, just a question is, your father has also written books, and now you are. What is it that, as a legacy, has come to you, and how do you set yourself different from your father? Because the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, but then still. So.
I was wondering when the father would come into our discussion today, but there you are on that. Sam, you go first, and then Pallavi.
Wonderful. First things first, I mean, me growing up in Delhi is frankly, you know, a legacy of my parents deciding to move out here in the 80s. And, you know, so I went to school in Chinakipuri. I have lived here for 22 odd years, and being dragged around random forts in Rajasthan, visiting Bals in Bengal, and going off to kind of the Theyyam dances of Kerala obviously had a huge impact. I'd say the other people, though, that have been massive impacts on me. One, my mum, who doesn't get enough attention, but she's wonderful and read many drafts. My two co-founders at Project Dastan, Sparsha Ahuja, who's from West Delhi, and Sadia Gurdesi, who's from Lahore. Both of them, we worked together on this partition project, reconnecting families across the 1947 divide. And I think without either one of them, they have been by far the two biggest impacts on my writing, because just in terms of trying to understand the impacts that this has had on this region. In terms of a sixth partition, I'm not sure, sir, that I am an oracle. You're very kind. But I do think my basic hunch is that actually, you know, without something massive happening, I'd say that the borders in modern South Asia are relatively, you know, stable without some massive push. But the two countries that have emerged from my book that I could very much see the borders changing are Myanmar and Yemen. I think that the levels of disintegration in the state of Myanmar mean that I think that, you know, within the next decade or two, we could very easily imagine India being bordered not only by a kind of, you know, a Burmese state in the south, but potentially a Kachin state to the north, or you know, there could very easily be a rewriting of borders in that region. And I think that, you know, India should be prepared for a potential where that happens. And the other one is Yemen, which has now been racked by civil war for over a decade now. There's all sorts of talk about different groups, potentially a southern splinter state. And so those are the two countries that I'd say would be the most likely, without any kind of external force, to be quite imminently changing. The first question about where does these ideas of Greater Bengal happen, I think you hit the nail on the head of how even these internal boundaries are often so kind of contested and often inherited in ways that we forget are themselves colonial to some extent. So, you know, the Bengal Sultanate, for example, one of the great capitals of the Bengal Sultanate, the summer capital, I believe, was Munger in what's now Bihar. And, you know, all of the Bengali kingdoms, right back to the Palas of Bengal, you know, their 5 Mahaviharas included Bodh Gaya, but they also included Paharpur in what's now Bangladesh. And this was a kind of, you know, for one region culturally for the longest time. The map that is often shown, I believe, is very much an irredentist, rather randomly created thing. The only thing that I can understand is roughly corresponds to that, I believe, is you know, descendants of the kind of Magdi Prakrit, essentially. You know, they like the Eastern Indo-European languages, which are very much because Assamese, Bangla, Oriya, and the dialects spoken in Arakan all descend from these languages. But yes, I mean, it's a completely irredentist map that essentially attempts to add on any regions with any sort of Bengali links, and is much like, you know, when you see these greater Akhand Bharat maps that stretch as far as Vietnam and Cambodia on the basis that there was once a Hindu ruler in this country, and thus it must be part of Akhand Bharat, even though the Mahabharat there itself is very clear of where Bharat is, and it stretches from, you know, Sindh to Assam and Kashmir to Kanyakumari, and Gandhara occasionally falls into the remit. And Korea, according to some.
Yeah, well, I'll leave it there. Pallavi, you want to add on Bengal?
You know, yes, I was thinking about this, you know, this greater Bengal, you know, and now everything has to be greater, right? There's a greater India, greater Bengal. I mean, you know, partly you wonder what's up, you know, with that kind of terminology these days. Like, why aren't people just content with their nation state? Like, how come they have to go and tack on a greater at the end of? But this whole concept about Greater Bengal and you know, and this revisionist map of a Bengal that kind of owes itself partly to to colonial. Kind of colonial ways of thinking about territory. You know, the other thing about, to remember about all the, you know, as far as 1905 is concerned, like one of the things that strike you is how they were simply making it up as they go along, you know, and so really religion or ethnicity or language was important up to the point of, but not the only important thing, you know, and tax and revenue collection and railway, you know, how the railway was distributed and how, so not religious things, those also became, were taken quite seriously by all kinds of, you know, kind of politicians when they were making arguments about where this boundary line should fall. So, as you know, what strikes you about this debate about 1905 is that arguments about what being Bengali meant were also quite carefully tailored or kept an eye on where were the resources of that provinces distributed. And so, okay, all of a sudden, like, because the railway is there and those people happen to speak Assamese, but that part is also Bengali, you know? So making, I mean, the way in which a regional identity gets formed is not only about the identity of the person.
Yes, sir.
Uh,
I'll take one more on this side.
My name is Brigadier Vipul Tyagi. I'm a serving officer of the Indian Army. My question goes to you, Mr. Sam. And it is about India-Pakistan partition of 1947. The years approaching to the India's independence would have gone with the thought process of that the bigger issue at hand is India's independence. Even if it comes with the term of getting it partitioned into two nations. That would have been, may have been the thought process. And then later on, immediately after the partition came the 1947-48 war, and the things started getting contested. So what are your comments and views on this, that even an idea of partition may result into a permanent partition which may be contested for decades coming ahead? Your comments on that.
Thank you.
Major General Vikrant Deshpande, again a serving Indian Army officer. So, it seems interesting that we are only interested in partitions in South Asia as if we are I mean, the same argument can hold true for Ireland 1921. You're a Scot, Sam, I'm sure. The same argument. I have been in UN and I've seen the Quebecois not standing with the English-speaking Canadians. Why is it that the focus on partitions in South Asia?
Thank you. Do you mind if I answer? I'd love to start here and then move there. I think that that's a brilliant question, and one that actually in a lot of talks that I do actually bring up. I think it shouldn't be a surprise that of all the places within Europe and Britain that responded the most interestedly to this book, it was when I went to Dublin. I had 500 people in the audience, which is far more than most places. I think that Ireland, very much in ways that we've largely forgotten, was to some extent the inspiration for a religious partition. It's very interesting how these same colonial officers involved with Ireland were then, in the course of 6 months, involved in both the division of India, Pakistan, and then Israel and Palestine, which were both very much if you read the papers referred to both in 1947 and then 1948 in the Holy Land, they both refer to wanting to avoid creating little Ulsters, Ulster being a region of Ireland. And so I think that, yes, there are partitions across the world. One of the things that I've recently been reading into is the partition of French Indochina and the contested relationship between Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia that we also forget. I think that it's very easy to forget how common the idea of partitioned identity is in the post-colonial world. Of course, it's much less the case in Britain and in Europe. I mean, Scotland has this far less, But yes, in my grandfather's time, being a Scottish Catholic meant very different things to him because of what was going on in Ireland and because of the way that Catholics, and particularly Celtic Catholics, were perceived within Britain at the time. I, thankfully, have grown up in a post-Good Friday Agreement Britain, where the anxieties experienced by my grandfather are not things that I've ever had to deal with. I can only hope that something similar one day occurs with India and Pakistan's relationship. And it's extraordinary how quickly the relationship between Northern Ireland and the Republic have healed in just 2.5 decades, considering that 3 decades ago, it was one of the most violent places in the planet, with bombs going off even in London and in Dublin and in Belfast. So thank you for that, and I think it's a really important point. To your question, sir, about the ways in which these ideas come up and then partitions happen and we are left to deal with the consequences, even 78 years later. And I mean, only this May we had the most recent conflict between India and Pakistan. That is, to some extent, a direct legacy of these partitions. I think, relating to the earlier point about this kind of map of Greater Bengal, I think it's worth reminding ourselves that within the subcontinent, virtually none of the states that ended up being created received the entire territory that they had actually intended to rule over. So, India, of course, gets its name from the Indus River that is now in Pakistan. Pakistan, the very name Pakistan, intended to involve all Punjabis, Afghans, Kashmiris, Sindhis, and Balochis. And of course, half of Punjab and most of Kashmir is not currently under Pakistani administration. It's worth remembering also that the maps printed of Pakistan that were not suggested, but what were thought most likely by the Hindustan Times in 1947 July, 1 month before partition actually took place. The maps of how Pakistan will probably turn out had both Delhi and Kolkata falling within modern-day Pakistan. And then, of course, Bangladesh, when most of the leaders of the Bengali freedom movement had initially intended to basically have the entire region that fell in either East Bengal or basically the Bengal Sultanate during, at the time of the 1905 partition. I think it's particularly pertinent to remember the extent to which none, with one exception, the only historic capital of Bengal that falls within the Bengali nation state, Bangladesh, is Dhaka, Srinagar. And the great medieval and early capitals like Gaur, Pandua, and of course Kolkata, the greatest Bengali city at the time of the Raj, all of them fell to India and not to East Pakistan. And there is, in some sense, a sense that remarkably many of the great Muslim cities of South Asia are now within the boundaries of modern India, whereas, for example, Nankana Sahib, the birthplace of Guru Nanak, now falls within modern-day Pakistan. And so these are, in a sense, why I think so many of these ideas are contested, because very few sides actually got what they wanted. I think there was a quote even that I read in a newspaper. It was, I think it's the great Manto, one of the great writers of all time, in my opinion, who wrote Tobatek Singh, brilliant, brilliant writer, and if anyone hasn't read his work, he writes that, Punjab was aflame, Bengal was bloodied, and most absurd of all, not one person was happy with the result. And so, to some extent, none of the post-colonial states got the entire territories that they had claimed 1 year earlier. Thank you.
Sam, I apologize for, interrupting when you're in full flow, but that is really, I think, the tyranny of time. But I think it's very apt that you closed on Manto, because if you talk about partition, I made reference to Ghatak, in relation to the Bengal. And I think when you talk about Punjab, it's also, at one level, I would say, relevant, apt, and very evocative. But here's a suggestion. This is a vast subject. We're just talking about contested partitions. We have not yet made the detour to the military history aspect of the contestations in partition, which is another huge, I would say, domain by itself. But I have the permission of the organizers to say that those among you who are more seriously engaged in this subject or any of the strands, as researchers, as academics, as analysts, whatever, You're welcome to put down your observations, questions in the form of an email and send it to the organizers, who have kindly said that they would pass it onwards to the panelists, speakers, and they in turn, time permitting, will respond. But that was an alert on my phone to say we are 5 minutes away from, closing the session. But if I may, I thought I would try and request and recognize Professor Indivar Kamtekar, who's done enormous work on many of these areas. If you want to say, Indi, if you want to make a comment about the subject, about the theme, we'd all benefit because there are many younger scholars here and students who may not quite know. Again, this is for your later interaction. Let me introduce Professor and recognize Professor Kamtekar, till recently with JNU. Sir, all yours.
Well, I'm a little taken by surprise. But the military aspect of the partition, the military comes into it in various ways. And one could do studies of the politicizing effect of the war, for example, on the partition riots. Because the partition riots are usually seen as peasant versus peasant in Punjab. And the relative lack of killing in Bengal is attributed usually to Mahatma Gandhi's presence there. But of course, Gandhi would have wanted peace in Punjab as well. So what goes into it, and one hypothesis would be that Punjab has a very large number of ex-servicemen. And once people are taught to shed blood, then that becomes a transferable skill. So it is arguable that the levels of bloodshed which you have in Punjab are attributable to a large military presence. And when you look at later incidents of communal violence, then in Delhi we talk about the butcher of Trilokpuri. Again, butchers are trained to kill. In the communal riots in Bengal, the famous name is of Gopal Patha, again, the meat shop. You could argue that wartime influences the partition in many more ways than we normally take into account. I'll just make that as a comment forward.
I could not agree with that more. Thank you for that. I think it's so frequently brushed over. And I think another thing that I've read recently, I think possibly from some of your work, but is the extent to which, as a result of soldiers being decommissioned from World War II, Punjab just had so many more weapons on the black market. And so, whereas a lot of the communal violence in Bengal and UP and Hyderabad and MP, this was a pan-subcontinental affair to some extent. And yet, in most of these places, it was mostly lathis or potentially a kind of butcher's knife that were the weapons that were used, whereas in Punjab, there were very often Gatling guns involved and people had kind of military vehicles. And, this wasn't the actual army themselves involved, but these were weapons that had been smuggled onto the black market and subsequently become used by gangsters and by whoever else was involved.
No, I just thought I'd answer this, the earlier question and Prof. Kamtekar's kind of, and this whole, how do we compare partitions? And inside this conversation about the different strands that there are about understanding partitions, I think one of the things we end up kind of always bumping up against is something about what is a well-run state and which kinds of people don't go around contesting partitions and which kinds of people do. And in South Asia, there's something about the quality of statehood and its ability to, so for example, the partition, riots of Punjab in 1947, we all know that it's to do with the Punjab Boundary Commission and how those officers refused. I mean, they were so afraid of their political masters after 47 that they often just stopped working, to protect the refugees. So there's something inside this conversation about, which kinds of states, have uneasy relations with partitions. They are often also not terribly well administered. I mean, the institutions of the state are also open for debate.
Well, on that note, there's a lot that we could discuss. I'm sorry if I've not been able to recognize those at the back who raised their hand. My apologies. But I'd like to thank our panelists, Mr. Sam Dalrymple, the author of the book, and Dr. Pallavi Raghavan as the discussant. And thank you very much, all of you, for making this session so interesting.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commodore Uday Bhaskar, for moderating this session and keeping and respecting time. And thank you to the panelists, Sam Dalrymple and Dr. Pallavi Raghavan. We'll have a group photograph, so if all of you could step forward. Love the questions that came from the audience and the interaction that followed. Thank you so much for asking those questions.
So I'm literally off to Dedham tomorrow, but then I'll be in town 2-3 days after. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then running off again.
So that was the penultimate session, which now brings us to the last session of day one. And this is on the foreign policy of India. It's titled Rising India Engages the World, where we'll have Ambassador Rajiv Sikri in conversation with Suhasini Haider. I'd like to invite both of them on stage. Can we have Ambassador Rajiv Sikri and Suhasini Haider to join us on stage, please? A quick reminder that this is the last session, and then tomorrow we begin at 10 in the morning. So we'll request you to come by 9:30, have the registration process done so that we can be here. And tomorrow the day will start by focusing on Project Udbhav here in the auditorium, and a parallel session on taming the waves in the adjacent room. There'll be 10 in the morning and nice sessions that will follow through the day, just like today. The third edition of Indian. This is where we're focusing on the theme Rising India Engages the World. And we're very happy to share that we've got Ambassador Rajiv Sikri with us, along with Suhasini Haider. Let's welcome both our guests. Thank you very much. Let me quickly introduce Ambassador Rajiv Sikri to you. He's the author of the book Strategic Conundrums, Reshaping India's Foreign Policy. Rajiv ji had a distinguished diplomatic career of over 36 years in the Indian Foreign Service from 1970 to 2006. He retired as Secretary in India's Ministry of External Affairs, where he oversaw India's relations with East Asia, Southeast Asia, Oceania, West Asia, Iran, and the Persian Gulf region, and Central Asia as well. He has served as India's ambassador to Kazakhstan, Deputy Chief of Mission in Paris, Political Counselor in Moscow, Deputy Consul General and Commercial Consul in New York, and Political First Secretary in Kathmandu. Ambassador Sikri is a well-known strategic analyst and commentator on foreign affairs. A very warm welcome, sir. And he will be in conversation with Ms. Suhasini Haider, senior journalist and diplomatic editor with The Hindu. Suhasini is the diplomatic editor with The Hindu, covering Indian diplomacy, international developments and conflicts, and contributing columns regularly. She hosts the weekly online show, World View, with Suhasini Haider. And over a career that spans over 3 decades, Suhasini has worked with CNN International, CNN IBN, until her present role as at the Hindu newspaper. She's contributed to a number of books on South Asia, diplomacy with the US and Japan, as well as Global South. So it's over to Suhasini. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you to USI for inviting us and giving me the chance to speak to a diplomat, somebody we've respected throughout our careers as someone very rooted in the Indian understanding of the world. I say that because as the media, I know that we have not always done that worldview justice. The idea that we take so much of our history, our sense of where everything is from other sources. So when you read something and you look at a map, one of the first things we were always taught is that for India, it's not the Middle East, it's West Asia. And that straight away starts you thinking about everything else, about how you situate the country and then work from it to its worldview. We're discussing today the book that came out last year by Ambassador Rajiv Sikri called Strategic Conundrums. I have it right here, Reshaping India's Foreign Policy. And if you haven't read it already, it's something that you don't have to go home and read it tonight. It's something that you can keep going back to and referring to because it includes in it the swathe of all India's important relationships in the world. And from that, I wanted to start by asking you, there are different ways of looking at India's foreign policy. There are those who have chosen to situate India as a kind of uncomfortable, uncomfortable in its neighborhood. There are those who've spoken about it being a midpoint of the East and the West and the North and the Global South in a certain sense. There are some who have written about the concept of, Kautilya's mandalas, that you just work in terms of concentric circles from India, and so your neighbor is your natural enemy, Prakritik, and your neighbor's neighbor becomes your friend as a result. So your enemy's enemy becomes your friend. How would you situate modern day India's foreign policy in terms of where it stays in the world, how it has maintained a balance, and whether that balance itself today between the East and the West is actually sustainable?
Thank you, Suhasini, and thanks to the USI for inviting me for this discussion. It's a great honor for me. Suhasini, your question is a very important one, but I would say that India occupies a unique place in the world. It's not between East and West and this and that. It has...
Just if you could speak into the mic here. These are these
better.
directional
Sorry.
mics.
Yeah, sorry. It is a by itself, which is why it is called the Indian Ocean, because you dominate that space. It is surrounded on all sides by civilizations, by huge landmass, oceans, and historically, India has been the land that everyone sought to access. So you had Columbus looking for India, and he turned up in America. You have the East Indies, the West Indies, and whoever the new people they found, there were the Red Indians, there were the Mayan Indians. Everything was Indian because anyone outside the Western worldview was Indian. And as far as our immediate neighbors are concerned, the Gulf, they had relations with India. You have East Africa, Southeast Asia was the whole concept of greater India, where our civilization spread. So I think that in a historical and a civilizational sense, India has been unique. And in fact, I would go so far as to say that it has been the center of a lot of global geopolitics. Because the British Empire grew on the back of India. India was the fulcrum, the crown, the jewel in the crown. So I would like to simply say that India has a unique position, a very important position, which we may not have sufficiently realized. And there's a reason for it, because the traditional India, the strategic India, was truncated after partition. And all our neighbors today, current neighbors, are artificial neighbors. Our neighbors earlier were, Persia. It's not a neighbor now. It was Southeast Asia. Myanmar, Sri Lanka, Nepal, they're all part of the greater Indian story, Indian civilization. So I think that is where I would like to sit.
And certainly you have, I would say, it could be seen as provocatively, named one of your first chapters, Akhand Bharat.
I have. But it's an Akhand Bharat with a question mark.
Okay.
Because it's not that, sorry? It is not that I think that there will be an Akhand, there used to be an Akhand Bharat. I don't think there will be again, because, and it's probably not even desirable considering the circumstances. But what I meant to say in this is that there is a civilizational unity in the whole of the Indian subcontinent. Now you take Pakistan. They're desperately trying to prove how they're not Indian, but they fail. They're not accepted as Central Asian, they're not accepted as West Asian, they're not accepted as Persian. A Bangladeshi also has the same problem. A Nepali has a similar problem. So, because the roots of their culture and thinking are the same. And that is why, in that sense, it's an Akhand Bharat. Maybe politically, it's no longer.
All right. In fact, you have spent many chapters of your book focusing on the neighborhood, breaking it up in various ways, Afghanistan, Pakistan, as well as Sri Lanka, Maldives, Bangladesh, and looking at it at a very, very sort of micro level. Why do you think it is so important? I'll tell you why this is, because I've in my career met two types of diplomats. And every time I meet somebody, I kind of try to see which side I can put them into. The two types of diplomats I meet is, one is this, is the diplomat who essentially thinks India's role in its subcontinent, India's role in terms of its relations with its neighbors, are its force multiplier. If for one moment you were to put aside political issues, and as you pointed out, what's happened in the interim, and see a kind of South Asian idea emerge, then India's catapulting itself to the global high table, as it were, would be that much easier. There's the other diplomat I meet often who essentially looks at India as what I call the ring of fire. There's India in the middle, and around it is a ring of fire. Every country in India's neighborhood is blowing up, falling apart, having problems, changing its government, mobs out on the street, and often having problems with India. And somehow India has to just manage this ring of fire, keep the flames down, and step out of it in order. So our young children have grown up as a result of this with the idea that I know UAE, I know Dubai, I know Singapore, I can talk to you about New York, I can talk to you about Tokyo, but I cannot tell you about what it takes to walk across the border and see Lahore, or go to Sylhet, or even, you know, the tourism destinations of South Asia are not as attractive to the average Indian child. So I wanted to ask you why you've put so much of your focus on the neighborhood and why you think the neighborhood is that important.
Because India cannot realize its true potential till we have a neighborhood that is at peace with us, that is not posing a security threat to us, and which also has a vision that they will grow in cooperation with India, not against India. But because our neighbors are much smaller than we are, and their sense of identity is based on proving how they are not Indian. That's the start. Starting with Pakistan, which was created because they felt it was not Indian. You take Nepal, not Indian. Bangladesh, not Indian. Sri Lanka. You know, they want to develop their own identity. And yet, there is the contradiction that, you know, in their hearts they know that they are closer to Indian. So how do they distinguish themselves? So they have to develop as modern nation states, but they also have the civilizational baggage which ties them to India. And while they want to reduce India's influence, they also know that India is the ultimate defender of their economic and political freedom and independence. Take Sri Lanka and Maldives. We had very anti-Indian regimes not so long ago, but look at them today. Because when the chips are down, only India is there to help. So this is a very fundamental problem. I think that the mistake that we made in the wake of partition was that Mr. Nehru had a very, let me say, limited sense of India's strategic frontiers. He looked at India as the truncated India after partition, not the traditional India. So many opportunities came our way, we did not clean up. The Afghans didn't want to join Pakistan, they were very much with India. Balochistan said, you know, we want to be independent, will you support us? No, he said no. Nepal, the king took refuge in India. We could have done much more with Nepal, we didn't do it. Where we sorted it out, Sikkim, no problem. With Northeast, again, it was not a territory fully under our control. And yet this is part of our strategic space, which extends really from the Hindu Kush to the Irrawaddy. These are the natural frontiers of India. But when you have a conception that my frontier is the India-Pakistan border or the Bangladesh border, you run into problems because these are not natural borders. There's an inflow of migrants, of trafficking, terror, all the problems that we are encountering. And therefore, it becomes very difficult. Also, we have common ethnicities and groups. Tamils, Sri Lanka and Tamil Nadu, Bengal, Bangladesh, Madheshis, Nepal and Bihar. You have, you know, Punjab and Kashmir. In any case, we know that there are similarities, but there's a divide there. So how do you deal with this very complex scenario? And therefore, I felt it is important to understand what our neighbors are thinking, what are our challenges, how should we go about it. I think in general, except maybe in the last few years, we have not given enough attention to our neighbors. I mean, we go and talk to the Americans, the Germans, the French, the British, and so how much do we talk to our neighbors? Why can't our leaders sort of say, okay, today I'm going to Nepal, I'm going to have lunch with the Prime Minister there and, talk it over, like the Europeans do, or Bangladesh or Sri Lanka. It's just like a domestic flight. We don't do enough of that because we're saying, oh, no, we are much bigger. But unless you take the neighbors with you, you will not be able to progress as fast. We have managed to do a lot, but we won't be able to do as much without the cooperation of our neighbors. And that's why I felt that I should give more attention.
Sure, and at the risk of sounding like I'm trying to defend Pandit Nehru all those years ago, remember it is his birthday today.
Oh yes, of course.
I do want to make the fact that somehow there's also the counter view to what you're saying,
Yes.
which is that in early days India did have a policy towards its neighbors, that India-Nepal had a friendship treaty, that India-Bhutan had a treaty, that the borders had a particular policy, that India and Pakistan did hammer out for what it was worth and how long it lasted, the Indus Water Treaty, that a country like Ceylon did not feel threatened by India, despite it being known as the teardrop. There's this lovely story about Stalin poring over a map, and the Indian ambassador walks in. I think it was Mr. Menon, I could be wrong. And he is looking at Mr. Radhakrishnan, and he's looking at at the map and saying, what is this over here? And he points to this little island of India. And Mr. Radhakrishnan says, that, sir, is Ceylon. So he said, but what is it? So he said, it's a protectorate, it's a separate island. By then it had not become a sovereign state. But he said it's separate from India. And Stalin just looked up and looked at him and said, why? Because the concept of this small thing, just take it in. And, and there was that feeling at a lot of points that why wasn't India doing this with some of its other neighbors? With Bhutan, for example, as you pointed out later, it did with Sikkim. So the counter view is that when India has been able, in a sense, to give them the security, give neighbors the security, that we are only coming up to our borders. We're not looking at the Akhand Bharat view of things, that actually relations have been better. And some would argue that in the last 10 years, we've actually seen problems with each of our neighbors, regardless of whether at this point of time, things are okay with Maldives. At 4 other points of times, they were terrible, to the point that our military personnel had to be called back from there just last year. Or with Sri Lanka, or now with Bangladesh, which seem to be working as our closest, most friendly neighbor, and now today there's no relationship with. With Pakistan, it's always been difficult, but now there's nothing. There's absolutely no relationship, no movement, and all the rest of that. So in terms of dealing, in terms of India's foreign policy, do you think that muscular approach actually works better?
Why did we take over Goa? Why did we insist on Pondicherry? Why did we take over Tawang? What was the Naga conflict all about? So it is not that we did not act in a muscular manner. Now, that was a certain worldview which was predicated on an assumption that your neighbors would be happy to cooperate with us, they'll be benign. It was the same approach which Mr. Nehru had towards China, which, as everyone knows, was not shared by Sardar Patel. But Mr. Nehru had his way.
Well, let's be honest, Sardar Patel died in 1950. Nehru's China policy went from 50 to 60,
No. But when,
two before the war.
No, 1 minute. When the Chinese invaded Tibet, there is Sardar Patel's famous letter to him of November 9th or something
saying
like
we should have helped the Tibetans.
that we should not be trusting the Chinese. I mean, that was the short point about it. And Nehru ignored that. That is what I meant. So now, Mr. Patel and the whole integration of the Indian states, you could say that was strong arm tactics. No, he did it. We went to, what was Hyderabad about?
So which do you think actually works better?
It's for us to judge now in retrospect what is better. I mean, we had we got the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. How important is that today, you tell me? The fact that we did not control some of the border areas is to our detriment today. So I think there is an idealistic worldview that our leaders had at that time, and there is the power, which Stalin, which you quoted Stalin as saying. Now, Mr. Nehru believed that, everyone is, thinks like he does. But unfortunately, as the experience of the last 75 years or so shows, it doesn't work that way, unfortunately. That's all I can say.
All right.
I'm not, look, it's very easy
I'm
to...
glad that we're remembering him today. But
No, of course, look, this is not about, it is about policies which the state followed. It is not about individuals. It may have been collective decisions or whatever it is. Why did we do Bangladesh 1971? Why did we go into Sri Lanka in 1987? I mean, these were muscular actions that we took.
Absolutely. To come back to the book, you begin with one simple line. Why does India have so many problems with its neighbors? The short answer is the baneful effects of the politics of cultural identity throughout South Asia, arising out of a collective failure to recognize and acknowledge that this region has a distinctive personality and its nations an intertwined history, arising out of its definite geographic identity. Do you then think that in the future, or what is that future, that actually the idea of the SAARC, you were of course in the ministry at the time, can actually work?
SAARC was created at the initiative of Bangladesh, not because they wanted cooperation, but because they wanted the smaller neighbors to gang up against India. But anyway, we thought that, we could work cooperatively. But our experience with SAARC, particularly with Pakistan, was that, they were obstructing everything. So I think 10 years ago, we gave up on SAARC, we said this is not work, and we started focusing more on BIMSTEC. Now with Bangladesh's attitude having changed, I don't know what the future of regional cooperation in South Asia is. But the problem remains the same, that you are so much bigger than your neighbors. Your neighbors are so dependent on you in a cultural, in an economic sense, that they're always feeling insecure. I mean, most of your neighbors are smaller than your states, most of your states. I mean, if you take UP or Bihar or Maharashtra, I mean, they're bigger than many of the neighbors that you have. So that creates a problem for our neighbors. And Sheikh Hasina, after a long period when we had army rule and so forth, it was a very cooperative relationship. And see how much we did. Now that there's a change of regime there, you've got problems because they don't see their future with India. Certainly the crowd which is running the country now is a more the Jamaat-e-Islami and so forth, those who were opposed to the liberation of Bangladesh. So these are problems that will remain. And there's stuff that we can do, and I think we can do more. I've mentioned some things that we should be doing more. Certainly we should be more generous. We should be willing to put a lot more money there. After all, if you can subsidize your states by thousands of crores, why can't you give money to our neighbors also so that they also prosper? There is no illegal migration. People are not coming to India for jobs. Then the illegal migration creates other problems. You should be doing that. But our neighbors also have to understand and appreciate that their future lies with India. If they think that they're going to develop in opposition to India, then, this will continue. But as you pointed out, look at the state of our neighbors. There's so much chaos. Look at Nepal, Bangladesh, Pakistan. And why are they doing it? Because they're not leveraging their geographical proximity to India.
So each will have to look forward to the other. I want to turn then from our neighborhood to the global powers and India's relations with the global powers. Even in the present, we're looking at some of the strategic conundrums that we have dealt with since for the past 75 years, 85 years. One of them is essentially the idea of non-alignment that translated sometime later to strategic autonomy, multipolarity, multi-alignment even we've heard. Where do you think India situates itself? Do you think, as many Western scholars have often thought, that it is inevitable that India and the US will overcome their differences and run some kind of a loose coalition of democracies, either in the Indo-Pacific or, in fact, for the rest of the world? Or is India consigned, in a sense, by geography to always stay on this kind of path where we're neither on this side nor on that side, neutral in some situations, and at best, in favor of peace? We often say we're on neither side, we're in favor of peace.
Well, India is too big, too proud. Our history, our culture, our thinking, our people will not accept that you will be part of an alliance where the senior partner is calling the shots. And that has been the problem with the United States from the very beginning. Let's not forget that we had a very troubled relationship for the first 50 years of our independence. I don't have to go into details. I think everyone knows about it. But the last 25 years, it has been a very carefully constructed, painful rebuilding of trust and cooperation. And we thought we had achieved something, which was enduring. But I think the last few months have shown that this is a very shaky assumption. And why? Because today's India, like the India of the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, is unwilling to submit to American diktat. That is the fundamental, and there is a national consensus on this, I think. I don't think this is a politically contentious issue. There's a national consensus on this. So, therefore, whether it is, you call it Atmanirbharta, non-alignment, strategic autonomy, whatever you may call it, I think we have to first understand that we are too big not to be on our own. Nobody is going to give you security. Take, for example, the Americans. You had so many agreements with them. But do you think we seriously thought that the Americans can or will help us if we have problems with China on the border? No. You have to fight it yourself. As far as Pakistan is concerned, now, of course, Field Marshal Munir is in bed with Trump. So,
certainly at the lunch table.
Huh?
Or certainly at the lunch table.
I don't know, but anyway. But, it's a very cozy relationship that they have developed. So I think that this is a given, that we have to be on our own, and therefore we have to develop our own resources, strengths, capabilities, and not rely on anyone else. Because today you're the fourth largest economy. You'll soon be the third, or maybe you're third already in PPP terms. Nobody wants to see you grow, because you are going to displace somebody, and they don't want a competitor. The Americans, for example, I think today realized that they made a mistake with China helping it. They don't want India to become another China. So they'll always do something to ensure that you remain bogged down. Whether it is Pakistan, which has traditionally been a very important weapon, whether it is trying to, well, what happened in Bangladesh certainly had an American hand. What happened in Nepal had an American hand. Why are they doing this? Because if India is in a fractious relationship with its neighbors, you're bogged down and you cannot spread your wings. And then there's stuff which goes on internally. I mean, why has the Home Ministry cracked down so much on NGOs and foreign funding? Because these were routes for influencing political behavior in India. Why do we still have so many people who go abroad and proclaim loudly that India is a terrible country? I mean, how shameful is it that we as Indians go around criticizing our own country abroad?
But surely criticism is
It
not, I mean, it doesn't mean that you love the country less. Criticism
I think-
simply means knowing what the faults
no,
of the
no,
country
no,
are.
no, no, no. I mean, do you go, when Indira Gandhi went abroad or Atal Bihari Vajpayee went abroad, did they ever criticize India? Atal Bihari Vajpayee was the leader of the Indian delegation chosen by the Narasimha Rao government. Can that happen today? And in any case, why should you invite the world to interfere in affairs? I don't understand that. I think this is completely unacceptable.
So to come back to the idea of strategic autonomy, we're standing in today, November the 14th. In a few weeks, it'll be quite apparent whether India has in fact cut its Russian oil or not. President Putin is expected next month in India. Do you think that this, as somebody wrote in the newspaper this week, this actually becomes a kind of test of India's strategic autonomy?
This Russian oil is a red herring. It is just, I mean, why isn't Trump talking to China about Chinese oil?
Correct.
From Russian oil to China? Why has he given Hungary an exemption for 1 year?
Correct.
Why are the Europeans buying natural gas from Europe? So this has got nothing to do with...
Agreed. But should India's decision...
We have to stand our ground. Now, if the circumstances have changed because our companies no longer want to buy Russian oil because of the secondary sanctions, that's a different story. Again, these are not warranted, but, well, if it's a pragmatic thing, we will do it. But I don't think that we can concede on this point. And this is what is, I think, frustrating Trump, that Mr. Modi and his government are unwilling to bend to the American will. That is the problem.
But when
It's
you
not
ask,
Russian oil.
when you ask the US, they say, but in 2017 you gave up on Iranian oil. So this is just a little more.
Well, that may have been a pragmatic decision, but it was not necessarily the right decision. And now that depends on what is your relative clout vis-a-vis the Americans. I think Iran is in a different position vis-a-vis India than Russia. Russia matters to us a lot. So I would be very surprised if we give in to the United States' demand on Russian oil directly. Now, Trump is saying, oh, we've stopped Russian oil. No, maybe this is his off-ramp. I don't know.
Correct.
But I
this,
cannot...
This would be an interesting place to see. To go over very quickly to the other side, to the Indian relationship with China, this has certainly been an important moment to see Prime Minister Modi travel to China 7 years later to meet with Xi Jinping, the handshake we saw between the two leaders. How far can it go?
Well, I think we need to have an open mind on China. While recognizing that China is a very major threat to us, not only because of the border, but because of Chinese activities in our neighborhood, in the Indian Ocean, Pakistan in particular, I think that China's overall policy is to ensure that India remains boxed in a South Asia box, and it will never want to treat India as a peer of China. Well, of course, militarily, economically, we are not a peer. But if there is any country in Asia which can challenge China, it is only India. And because of its size, population, and so forth. And if it keeps growing at whatever, 7% now, then in time to come, it will become a problem. So I think we have to be careful about China. But at the same time, we have to also recognize that all that we have done on and with China is not necessarily palatable from the Chinese point of view. Now, you have, for good reasons, I think, given refuge to the Dalai Lama. There is a Tibet government in exile there. Chinese feel very upset about it. So, I mean, how would you feel if... So these are very complex issues which are there. You try to cut yourself off on the economic side from China, but you find you can't do it. Your economy is too integrated. You're too dependent on China for many things, so you can't do it. So you'll have to sort of try and work out some relationship with China. I don't see the border issue going away. Maybe it'll be quiet, I don't know, seem to have made some progress. Because the Chinese are in no hurry. They feel, I think, that over time their gap with India will increase. And we, on the other hand, want that our gap with China should narrow. Which way it will happen, I don't know. But it's a very useful way of China to keep India down. And however, seeing the turmoil in India-US relations, it does make sense for India and China to come a little closer. And by the way, if you look at the trajectory of India-China relations since 1988, when Rajiv Gandhi made his visit to China, and then 93 and 96, we had those two agreements on the border and so forth, followed by, well, there was a little dip when Pokhran happened, but then we had an ascendant path. And we had the 2003 agreement on Sikkim. In 2003, we also had the agreement on political parameters and guiding principles. And I know, because I was in service at that time, that the Chinese and Indians, we had a very good relationship going, a lot of discussions. There were two reasons for this. One, the relative strength of China and India was comparable. And number two, we hadn't yet moved that close to the Americans in a strategic sense. That process started in 2005 with Condoleezza Rice's visit and the first defense agreement, and July 18, 2005 nuclear agreement and so forth. And the Chinese were watching us carefully, and once they came to the conclusion that we were in the American camp, then they upped the ante, because for the first time, the Chinese claim on the whole of Arunachal Pradesh was made in 2006.
Correct.
And I know from various events which happened in 2005, and I can share one with you which I think is important. In 2005, we had Prime Minister Wen Jiaobao's visit, where we had that agreement on strategic and cooperative partnership, which is a very big thing in India-China relations. 2 months later, there was the invitation to join the SCO as an observer. And the summit was in Astana. Mr. Natwar Singh was representing India. I accompanied him. 2 days before the visit, we got a message from the Chinese saying that President Hu Jintao would like to meet Mr. Natwar Singh in Astana. The President of China asked for a meeting with Natwar Singh. And they suggested a time. Mr. Natwar Singh said, "Nahi, nahi, ye theek nahi hai." I don't know if you knew Mr. Natwar Singh, but he was a man of his own views and conviction. So we went back to the Chinese, another time was fixed. Now in diplomacy, and you cover diplomacy, normally if a foreign minister is meeting the president of another country, it's normally a call on kind of thing. But no, this is a proper delegation level meeting, 10 people on both sides, flags, this, that, and the other. And the main message that the Chinese were wanting to send us was, look, we've just signed an important agreement. We know you're going to USA. We hope you don't do anything that would upset the relationship. So I'm just saying that it is not that we are blameless. Then, of course, later that year, we voted against Iran on the IAEA file going to the Security Council. So all these signals were seen by the Chinese as saying, yeah, Indians have gone into the American camp. And that sort of determined their response, together with the fact that they were advancing very fast economically. It was a decade between 2007 and now, or till a few years ago, because the Chinese really grew very, very fast and the gap widened. And so you had a series of events starting in 2013 and Chumar and Demchok and all those things which happened. and most recently Galwan. So I think that there is something that we need to reflect and introspect rather than having just a knee-jerk reaction, Chinese are this, that. Yeah, I'm not saying that we trust the Chinese, but in this changing world, fast-changing world, where one of the pillars of your foreign policy over the last 25 years has been shattered, which is the Indo-US relationship, I don't think that trust will come back very easily in that relationship. We may get a trade deal over there. I don't think the trust will come back easily, both in the government and among public. And the H-1B visas, the students, and all that has weakened the people-to-people contact. So in this changing scenario, why should you limit your options? You have to be dealing with the Chinese. Now, and you have to see, because I don't think the Chinese are also trustful of the Americans. There's talk of a G2. I don't see that happening. The Chinese want it to be a G1, but I don't think
Well, certainly in Asia, that's where they
so,
are.
the short point is, I think that we need to treat China as cautiously, as an adversary, but you have to have your mind open that there may be other possibilities, and we should not rule them out, instinctively.
And as you said at the beginning of this, that India will have to somehow go it alone.
I think so. I think there is no choice. I think what I read from what the government is saying at various times, that we have made up our mind. In any case, we are diversifying our exports away from USA, because it doesn't make sense that you should be so dependent on one source as a market or as a source of imports. So I think as a general policy, we need to diversify our trade and our strategic relationships, which is why we have moved into trade agreements with UK. We are working very hard with the EU. We are looking at Oman and GCC and New Zealand and Canada, and so many other countries. We need to do that.
All right. The book, ladies and gentlemen, is Strategic Conundrums. I would certainly recommend that you read it and you keep it on your shelf. At this point, I would like to invite on stage the director of USI, General B.K. Sharma. He has just returned from a visit, and I wanted to bring him in on the conversation as well as to where India has to situate itself, not just in terms of the US and China, but in terms of the kind of the kind of multipolarity, is that what we're calling it now, that we see in the world? General Sharma.
In our foreign policy, particularly due to the US factor, the world, particularly the countries of Global South and Eurasian countries, are still looking at India as a strategic balancer. And within this part, I'm talking about Eurasia, particularly expanded Eurasia. Countries are looking at India in certain forms, because there are certain contradictions within the region and the great powers who outwardly may look to be good friends, but deep down there is a degree of uneasiness. Now, let me tell you, what is this whole thing of multipolarity, of fragmented multipolarity, contested multipolarity devolves around. On one hand, it's clearly there is a tactical alliance between China and Russia to contain mostly the US, and there are Russian assumptions that, well, sooner or later, this Anglo-Saxon sort of alliance will develop fissures. And there are forces within Europe who are not very confident to sustain this animostic and hostile relations towards Russia. So there would be a kind of a recasting of relationship. That is one hope. But at the same time, I don't see China and Russia on the same page as far as the overall reconfiguration of balance of power in Eurasia is concerned. I was in a discussion last to last year at Moscow, and these Russians got excited and they asked the Chinese thinkers that, how will you help us in Ukraine? And this one of the very strong Chinese thinker, he said, look, we Chinese are tradesmen, we are traders, and you Russians drink vodka, your heads are always high. We drink a lot of tea, so we think with a very cool mind. Now, this is how the Russians, the Chinese are telling them. Now, let me tell you what is happening now. Hot head? Yes. Yeah. Now, what is happening? The whole geopolitics of Eurasia is at the moment devolving around certain corridors. And these are these trade and transit corridors, and I would like to flag two corridors which are gaining prominence. One is the middle level corridor, which comes from China through Central Asia, across Caspian, goes to Turkey, and then you're finding little bit, the places to get connected with Europe. It is also co-terminus with the European aspirations of what you call as the Global Gateway Corridor, and also the Three Seas Initiative, that is Black Sea, Adriatic, and the Caspian Sea, all three. Now, these are almost taking a very hazy shape of congruence, but it is at the peril of Russia, because in this whole process, Russia will get totally bypassed. Then Turkey, I see, is actually not very happy the way the geopolitics is evolving, because they always talk about three identities of Turkey. One is what they call is the Turkish identity, when they call about one country, one nation in 6 countries. That means Turkey plus Central Asia. Then they have the European identity, and that is why they want to hobnob with European.
Also a part of NATO.
As part of NATO or European Union at least. And that is why that is an inbuilt fault line as far as Russia is concerned. And third is they have a West Asian identity. They are not very clear how to balance these three identities, but in the whole process, they do not look at India in a very favorable terms. Likewise, Iran, which is part of the SCO, has also aspiration towards, BRICS and all. They're also not very happy, and from the tone and tenor of our conversations, I can make out that they feel that the Chinese are far more efficient, they're far more forthcoming, they're far more good in delivery, and they're quite dismayed on our Chabahar project, despite the fact that we are under sanctions and it is not entirely our doing. So I see that Chinese are going to...
Not to mention IMEC.
Yeah, Chinese are going, they're not happy. Iranians are not happy with it. Turks are not happy. They feel that we've been left out. So on the whole, I feel that with the passage of time in Eurasia, China will play a more subtle role in reshaping the entire strategic environment. And that will also perhaps give a nudge to Russia to be more close to India as part of their pivot to Asia policy. Now is the most critical question, and as Ambassador Sikri also brought out, that how do we navigate our relations with Russians? Now is the problem of this, the secondary sanctions of 50%. There may be CAATSA invoked on S-500. If tomorrow Mr. Putin comes here and we go for Su-57 or something like that, I'm very certain that going by the precedent, Americans may be tempted to invoke CAATSA against India. Whether that puts a caution on India is to be seen. If it puts some caution on India, then probably Russians will also feel a little disillusioned with us, and it will compound our problems.
I have to say this is perhaps not the last session that had been envisioned in terms of talking about the very serious strategic conundrums, the strategic challenges that India faces today. You have both with the US and with China, global powers that are somehow seeking to contain India, from what I get from our speakers today. I also see the deeply important moment we are in, a few days after the blast in Delhi. and what the next steps are going to be and what those will mean for Indian diplomacy as well. I don't know, do we have 2 or 3 minutes for questions? Because I did see some hands go up. Let's just get a bunch of questions, get answers from both of you, and then we'll wrap up the session. Are you all okay with staying a few extra minutes? Yeah? Okay. Are we going to get mics out there? All right. There's a young gentleman there.
Hello, sir. Sir, my name is Arpit. Sir, my question is to Rajiv, sir. Sir, you did talk about India to Goa, Pondicherry, JNK, Hyderabad, and etc. But do you think our previous leaders thought by giving the land back will improve the relationship? Be it after 1971, Indira Gandhi gave 13,000 square kilometers back to Pakistan, then gave to Kachatevu Island to Sri Lanka, and recently in 2015, 100 CEA, India gave 111 enclave, which is around 70,000 square kilometers. If we connect the dot, Pakistan is our adversary, Sri Lanka hosts Chinese spies, and there is a issue regarding the fishing. And now Bangladesh, recently the development of Lal Monirat base. So, sir, it's near Chicken Neck's corridor. So, sir,
Just give us a question, please.
So, do you think this event was a huge mistake, giving back our territory to our neighbors?
All right. That's a reasonable question. I think on this side there was Mr. Bhasin had a question here.
My question is to Rajiv sir. I'm Rajiv Roy from Kolkata. Sir, you said that Akhand Bharat is not possible. Even the word impossible is I am possible. So why not?
All right. Mr. Bhasin had... Istar, please.
Sir, Jalsa, according to you, what is more important for the US? Is the India-China relationship or the India-Russia relationship?
All right. There's
Because
a lady at the back.
Because if he is meeting Putin,
Yeah.
his purpose for imposing those 25% additional tariffs was to put pressure on Putin to settle Ukraine. So I think the concern is more on the India-China relationship than the India-Russia relationship.
All right. The lady at the back.
Good evening, sir. My question is that how many differences are we going to see in the coming future regarding India's approach to its neighbors and the world in general, keeping in mind the changing dynamics?
Sorry, just say that again. The
What-
question?
What will be India's approach in the coming future regarding the world and keeping in mind the changing dynamics of the scenario?
All right. And just one more here in front. There's one lady. I'm trying to make sure that we have a sort of gentle balance. Okay. We'll try and do another set of questions if we can.
I wanted to ask that why do we have to cooperate with our neighbors? Because most of the neighbors are unstable, and wouldn't it hurt the Indian economy if we try to help them, or like wouldn't be a burden for India?
All right. I think there's a bulk of questions for you, Ambassador Sikri, if you'd like to start.
Why do we give our land back to our neighbors? Well, a lot of people do criticize the Simla agreement, that we had the opportunity and we blew it. I don't know why we kept the prisoners of war and returned the land. You know, this is one of the serious criticisms of the Simla agreement. I think it's a part of a general mindset that, you know, unlike the Chinese, and this is whether it is the KMT government or the communist government, they never gave up their claim to Taiwan. And they're constantly expanding their claims, territorial claims on land and sea and so on and so forth. We say and have been saying that Kashmir, Jammu and Kashmir is an integral part of India. Yet, through the 40s and 50s, historical records show that we were willing to compromise and give the area west of the Chenab, roughly, to Pakistan. And it was the Pakistani leaders who refused. It was not till 1994 that Parliament passed a resolution about Jammu and Kashmir, the whole of Jammu and Kashmir, and recovering that territory. We were willing to compromise on Siachen. Now, if we say the whole of Jammu and Kashmir is ours, Siachen is a part of that. And yet we were willing to withdraw our forces, and it was only because of the resistance of some people from the army and some from the intelligence that the Siachen deal did not go through. So it's a mindset. If you don't think that that territory is yours, then you will be willing to compromise. And that, I think, is a weakness that we have. We have to recognize this. It's very unfortunate.
Sir, please, let Ambassador Sikri finish. We can have a conversation afterwards.
So I think that is the problem. The second question was
why must we cooperate with our neighbors? Because
this Akhand Bharat business. Now, you cannot unscramble an egg. And I think you have to go into why partition happened in the first place. Have those factors gone away? Will any attempt to have an Akhand Bharat, of course, it will never be accepted by any of our neighbors. That's the starting point. So, are you wanting to do what Russia is doing in Ukraine? I doubt it. Number two, what would it mean for the demographic profile of India? And what would be the political impact of that in India? I think it would be very profound. So I don't know if the country as a whole is willing to take that kind of a step, which has such far-reaching consequences.
And what benefits?
And what benefit? So the best that I think that India should hope for is an EU type of arrangement. After all, you had France and Germany who fought bitterly, and then, now they're on the same side. And I mean, who would have thought, would the people who fought the Second World War have imagined that their grandchildren and great-grandchildren are in a place where they're living in amity? But that requires a change in mindset, not just in India, but in our neighbors also. Now, if that were to happen, certainly.
Versus America, a short-term vision of America and long-term vision of America. As far as present angst of Trump is concerned, actually India has bruised his infantile ego, and most of his decisions are actually emanating from that framework. But in the long term, I think as Biden administration had said that Russia is a tsunami for us and China is a climate change kind of a threat, So it categorizes it one as a short-term threat, another as a long-term threat. Now in this entire calculus today, defeat, victory, or a strategic stalemate in Ukraine has become an inflection point, right? It is related to strategic egos. So immediacy of the whole strategic calculation is Russia. That Russia must fail in Ukraine or it must reconcile to a proposal mooted by Americans and then they become the peacemakers there. So therefore, I think as far as India-Russia relationship is concerned, it is of immediate concern. Second, Chinese also understand that our problems with China are of intractable in nature. These are not, to be resolved despite this bonhomie and good neighborly relations and all. These contradictions are there, they are likely to remain. There is an excitement now of the G2 movement. For example, I spoke to Chinese scholars and they said, we are very happy that he's coming to China. I said, well, will Mr. Xi Jinping visit US, he said very much, we are looking forward to going there. They are getting into some kind of a, notionally a sphere of influence kind of a construct, which is not being liked by Russians. Because the moment China and US come closer, Russia will further get isolated, and Chinese are quite capable of doing it. And today the dependency of Russia on China is so much that actually Russians can do very little about it.
So India has all of these challenges ahead. I think we have to sort of end this very interesting session here. Sure.
If I have just a minute to add to what General Sharma has said. You know, the Ukraine war is very little understood in India. And I think we are generally giving into the Western narrative, unprovoked aggression, February 2022. Nothing of the kind. It's a war which is being fought by the West and continued by the West, particularly the Europeans, in a desperate attempt to ensure that they remain relevant. The West cannot bear the thought that they who have ruled the world for 500 years will lose a war to these semi-barbarian Russians. And I think that whatever be the outcome of the war, my own view is that it will end in favor of the Russians because of the ground situation. And if there's recklessness, then we are entering a very dangerous spiral there. So I think that we need to be a bit careful. Also, I think there is lessons to be drawn from our own experience. How would we feel if you had a Chinese base in Bangladesh? Somebody talked about Lal Munir Haat. How would you feel? What did we do in Sri Lanka? What was the provocation for our going in 1987, IPKF? Why are we so concerned about the Maldives? Any big country does not want a hostile foreign presence. And here you have the Americans and NATO wanting to have a base right in the Black Sea, in Ukraine, in Poland, everyone. I mean, if India were in a similar position, what would you do? You would fight. So I think that is the thing. Secondly, on the G2, I think you're right that I don't think it's going to happen because the Chinese will not trust the Americans and the rest of the world will not accept it. I think the power is too diffused. Even though China is much stronger than the others, Russia will not accept it, Japan will not, Korea will not, India will not, Philippines, Vietnam, Indonesia, Australia, nobody will accept the G2. And I think the Chinese would be very foolish if they try to do a G2 because their whole image in the world will collapse. So I'm a bit skeptical about G2, but that may be wishful thinking. Anyway, thank you.
Sir, I have a question for you. It's a very small question. You see, I get a sense that because of 3 odd power centers in India, our foreign policy has got fragmented. And we've not been able to see the big picture in a very cohesive and a holistic manner. And I can name those power centers. One is the PMO, then maybe the secretariat of the minister per se, and then you have the foreign ministry. Combined with this is your domestic politics, which is actually impinging on your making a very detached, objective foreign policy. Am I right, or this is a misplaced thought?
Look, foreign policy in any country, and certainly in India from my experience, is always set by the chief executive. That is the Prime Minister's office or Prime Minister, because it has so many implications. MEA plays only one part, one role. Please remember that critical decisions are generally taken by the Cabinet Committee on Security, which has the Prime Minister, the Foreign Minister, the Home Minister, the Finance Minister, the Defense Minister, and now I think the NSA. Why is that so? Because any foreign policy decision has implications which impinge on Do we have the money? What will be the internal implications? What is the intelligence and so. So therefore, I don't think that the government is as uncoordinated as you think it would be. And do not overestimate the role of officials in all this. This is a political level control that is always there. And if it is not there, we are in serious trouble.
All right. I know that we have to end, but now it's my turn to ask both sides one question, if I may. In Operation Sindoor in May this year, there was a sense that, yes, of course, India has drawn a line in the sand, a red line, has convincingly established a military victory. And yet, there was a sense that India's strategic communication did not match up internationally. We're now in a situation, as I said, post this blast, where there's another conversation on a possible reaction, what India will do. Is this act of terror an act of war, or is India holding fire for the moment? I want to get a sense from you about whether you think that India's strategic communication, because you write about the arc of communication as well, is India's strategic communication at present, whether it's the MEA or how it's portrayed, is it keeping up with what India wants to establish itself as in terms of a strategic power?
Strategic communication, well, it's Operation Sindoor. There are many who feel, perhaps with some justification, that we called off Operation Sindoor a bit early. I think there's a widespread feeling on that. Why we did so is something one can only speculate. It may be that, our initial feeling was that we just want to go after the terrorist camps. We did that, and it's only when Pakistan attacked our facilities that we went in there. In hindsight, that was a mistake because we suffered losses. We did not take out their air defense before we went in, but we corrected that mistake, and that is to the credit of the thing. So, secondly, about strategic, and because of that, we still say it's a continuing operation, because I think the government also has to listen to what the public is saying, so the perception ke haan chal raha hai. Now the second thing has happened a few days ago. We don't know who is behind it. The government has been very cautious so far in saying, we haven't pointed any fingers anywhere. So very premature to say what it will be. Strategic communication, yes, you do have a point that the strategic communication could have been better. But I think while this is important, it is not critical, because what the rest of the world thinks doesn't really matter in terms of the outcome of the conflict. And there is also the rest of the world saying, we are not very happy. Those who shape public opinion and media opinion, not very happy at the success of Operation Sindoor. But what did it show? It showed that you had given Pakistan a bloody nose. The Pakistanis may not admit it. And they say that we had a victory. And that's why he got the title of Field Marshal. But I think that what happened in the course of Operation Sindoor was, I think the Americans were a little upset because we destroyed the F-16s. We may have taken out some of their personnel who were there. And that would have certainly upset them hugely. So strategic communication, as it comes out in BBC, Economist, and so forth, is what they want you to hear. But I do concede the point that we could have been better. It's not necessary that your communication is always going to be effective. But at the end of the day, what matters is what is on the ground, not what the newspapers and others are saying.
All right. General Sharma, can I ask you more directly, did diplomacy fail in a sense? Because Ambassador Sikri is right. What matters is what India felt it achieved. But at the end of the day, 6 months later, the US and Pakistan have a new relationship. Saudi and Pakistan have a mutual defense pact. Do you think there was some sort of lapse there?
I think we were not able to foresee the fallout of Operation Sindoor, the international and the diplomatic fallout. And the way the things are pan out, I don't think they are very favorable towards India. Perhaps if we were able to foresee the happenings and there was a very detached and objective, holistic assessment, some of these things we could have probably mitigated, if not totally avoided. As far as your other question about this strategic communication is concerned, I think we need to institutionalize this. Cognitive domain today is the new domain of warfare. In this, we need to have something like a strategic communication authority or maybe a directorate at the PMO level, National Security Council level. Then we need to have a national media center where we are able to coordinate different actions without impinging on media autonomy. There is a skilling which is required. You need multitude of skills, linguistic skills, people who are dealing with anthropology, psychology, geography, history, so that we have an overarching narrative and you have a sustainable way to actually peddle that narrative. And Ministry of External Affairs, particularly in the embassies and all, you need to have a very strong media center or media cell, and then only this will happen.
Forward.
In fact, one more thing I want to say. You see, you raise a question about the recent terrorist strikes. I would say that, you can't always kill a fly with a sledgehammer, right? So we have to be very, very selective in the use of military force. It's become very fashionable for us to say that we'll take strong action. Well, the strong action can be taken in different forms, but to sheer brute use of military force in every occasion is only going to exhaust us.
In fact, I wanted to say that in Ambassador Sikri's book, there is an entire chapter on the way forward, which I would say even read it before you read the rest of the book, simply because it brings you up to the present. This has been a real learning experience for me. So thank you very much for being such a great audience and staying with us. And thank you, Ambassador Sikri and General Sharma, for joining us.
So gratitude to Ambassador Rajiv Sikri, Suhasini Haider, and thank you very much, Major General B.K. Sharma. I was saying it was very insightful and enriching conversation, and that marks the conclusion of all the action on day one. Thank you very much. Tomorrow, day two, please gather here at the USI campus by 9:30 in the morning, and the first session will begin at 10. So see you tomorrow on day two. Thanks once again, everyone. Thank you very much.